Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. Sheila Holmes is going to be joining me in a few more minutes. She's on another show, so let's kick it off. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on as usual, and the stock market seems to be liking President Trump's move for peace. Stock market's been up massively yesterday, a little bit today. Probably going to be a big squeeze tomorrow for the shorts. That's what I figure. So it's going to probably be pretty good tomorrow. Silver's getting a nice little pop. Gold's getting a nice little pop. I think that silver is really going to start to outperform now. I think if this goes into some kind of peaceful deal, which, God, it's like I've never been able to deal with these people. So we'll see. You never know. You never know. Trump's got the gift, the deal maker. So we'll see. But my thoughts are it's going to lean towards probably a ground war. But and where will that ground war come from? Possibly from Iraq, right? Because we still have a lot of stuff there. Because we conquered Iraq in 36 days. Iran's a little bit bigger, but they're not coordinated. The IRGC basically, if their thing was, if their leadership was taken down, which it was, then they would fracture into 31 different groups, which 31 different groups do not work well together, right? So that's kind of why we're probably seeing some of these groups are still striking out, even though there's some kind of coordinator somewhere. But for the first time in 47 years, looks like Iran will be actually on the negotiating table with high-level officials from the U.S. So maybe we'll see something here. So we're all hopeful. War is very bad, and of course, Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and so a host of other people are like, have gone full retard. They're Alex Jones. They're all saying that Trump is the devil. And, even though Tucker Carlson back in, I think, 2007, somewhere around in there, says, I don't care if you don't like me or not, but the Muslims are evil, something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. But now he's saying that President Trump should not be doing that. And because he's saying evil things about Muslims, that's bad. Right? So his daddy, Tucker's daddy, was part of the Pilgrim group or something. I think he's part of it too. CIA. So, can't expect a lot from the boy. And he's proven to be quite bad. And so these people are, going full retard, throwing as much mud out there as they can, trying to get some of it stick, trying to influence as many people as possible. So we got the mainstream media, you got the Democrats and a lot of Republicans. Marjorie Taylor Greene also fits into the full retard mode person, like Alex Jones and other people. So we're seeing it just break down. They're just breaking down. And if you listen to them, then the GOP is completely fractured, which is a lie. GOP or conservatives like us, people that are free thinkers, critical thinkers, and can look at someone that is a bullshitter and go, oh, you're a bullshitter, I'm not going to listen to you anymore. Then, some of these people, like Alex Jones, even though it was like, full crazy mode sometimes, he still came out with some really good stuff, I thought. But now, no mas, right? No mas, Alex. You bye-bye in my world. So, a lot of these people, they infiltrated, I think, into the MAGA movement on purpose. And now they're showing their true colors. So this is part of the awakening process, and process, right? So it's moving along quite nicely. So regardless of, whether the Iranians claim that they're going to, make peace or whatever, It remains to be seen. Now, these their offspring that are here in America, we're going to Sheila talk about this because she's been talking about this for quite some time. Their offspring that are here in America are getting shipped back out, and they're proving to be just as crazy and dangerous as their kinfolk. Soleimani and his two nieces, full retard mode, and they're like the guys that they were with are like, we don't want anything to do with those with that person because she's a full psycho and and dangerous. Like I'm saying, these people are dangerous. So they're going to ship back. It's crazy. You know, they wanted to turn their country into some kind of dystopian slave race, you know, where just like in all the other Marxist communist countries, the top people are treated and have, you know, laws for thee, not for me type stuff. Same thing we see here in America, but in Europe. But and there it was an extreme case. So they were raping financially and otherwise their people, and now their people are just bomb the hell out of them. They're going to kill us anyway, and we're slaves here. So, you know, if some of us go down, if some of us die for freedom, that's great. Get them out, right? So this is where we're at in Iran and Hezbollah in Beirut, Lebanon, and also Hamas in the Gaza Straits, you know, Gaza area. So all of them are being wiped out. And in my opinion, it's funny because in my show yesterday, I think I said savage a lot. Right? So somebody made fun of it. It's like, if I took a drink every time Mike said savage, I'd be like, you know, under the table right now. That's a good one. So paraphrasing. So, you know, I've lived amongst these people for a very long time. And I can tell you they're the people that are running Iran, they're savages, you know, they're absolute savages. And there's no other way to describe them. I've seen what they've done to my friends and people and to their own people. They want their own people to like gather around places that Trump is threatening to bomb. So they don't care about their own people. And then their people, you know, come to America and live the good life. I've seen this so many times when I was in the Middle East, traveling back to America. You get women that came on with burqas on, and then they go to the bathroom and come out and they've got like Louis Vuitton and, you know, just luxury, everything, and dressed Western. It's just this craziness, right? So yeah, we have to change this, and we have somebody on that can help give us some insights. Sheila, thanks so much.
Good evening. I was just sending you that term, TAQ. What is it? TAQYII. That strange term. Did you get that picture of that one?
No.
Because when I was at Mel Carmine's event, there was a woman from Ontario, Canada, and the husband said, "My wife is from Iran, but she's a Persian." And I said, "We're used to that because they flooded California with Persians. Nobody wanted to be called Iran when the Shah fell. They came and they're like, we're not Iranians."
Good.
So I'm going to send you this picture. I'm going to give it to you so we can pull it up, because this is exactly who they are. You've described the tribes and who they are. And I'm going to send you this picture. I'm sending it to pull it up and put it in the present, because I didn't know if you got all of these things. I sent a bunch of things to Tracy. But here it is.
Yeah, I have a couple videos to share too.
It's so exciting what's happening, because he's like, "Don't be panicking." And I don't know if you saw my response to that, because we're there.
Oh yeah. So, yeah, didn't get anything from Tracy, but if you have it, you can share it there, and we'll.
Yeah, it didn't go to the desktop. It went somewhere else. So I'm gonna resend it to the desktop. And there we go. I went to the desktop and there's no name. How did that happen? So 202. Okay. Now I can pull it up. This is a term. I know you're going to love this. I know you're going to love this. It's a and you're probably going to be able to pronounce it because you were over there. That's the term. The president did all the final negotiations, and then he said, unless you're going to start doing, is it Taqiyya?
Taqiyya?
Taqiyya? Okay.
Taqiyya. Yeah.
So this is a powerful thing. And he said, unless you're going to do this to us. And so a friend pulled up the whole definition of it, and it explains exactly what we're already dealing with in America. It's already growing in America.
That's fascinating. Muslims are taught to deceive the Ifar, non-Muslims, about their true beliefs in order to defend the cause of Islam and jihad. This deception is called Taqiyya, and we'll just call it that until we find out it's pronounced something else. Muslims will attempt to disassociate Islam from terrorist acts in order to win sympathy in public opinion, especially in countries where they are outnumbered by non-Muslims. They will say that such an act does not represent the true Islam, when in fact it does. Over 60%, is that 60%? Percent of the Quran, or forcing them to live under servitude as dhimmi and pay a heavy tax known as jizya. Dhimmis must defer to Muslims in all manners whatsoever. Islamic Sharia law requires all Muslims to pay a charity tithe called zakat. A portion of the zakat is required to be used to fund jihadists such as Al-Qaeda, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Taliban. If they truly oppose terrorism, they would not pay the zakat. Since 9/11, Muslims have committed over 23,000 acts of terror. 90% of all terror acts are committed by Muslims. Wow, that's amazing. I had no idea the stats were like that. Unbelievable.
And that's how they've had to live. So she was talking, Juan and I gathered with her at the end of the evening, and she was asking him a lot of questions about that area. And that came in the Q&A that we did toward the end of the last night of the event. And she said, my family. And he said, we're protecting the families. Just like what he said we're going to do here. We're going to protect the Americans over everybody else. Is that what people understand is the Persians are believers. And so they've had to commit to saying they're Muslim and dress like in the burqa as Muslims, even though they're not Muslim, because if you don't do that. Now, this negotiation has only been a few days. It seems like it's only been a few days, and doesn't include what happened way back in June, just what's happening right now. And he said by the end of March, there were already over 40,000 killed. So then we head into April 1 that they called April Fools, because that's the new year, in essence. The first feast and festival is the Passover. And the Passover is the same date as Christ was on the cross. And so they call it that because all you fools are out celebrating this Christ on the cross thing, this Passover, this, all of that. And then 3 days later is resurrection. So that's Nisan 14 is the cross. Nisan 17, 3 days later, is when he resurrected, and that was April 4. So April 1 this year happened to be Passover, happened to be the day on the cross. I don't know how long that's how often that's happened. Somebody said it's the first ever that it exactly matched up, so that the 4th was on Sabbath, and that was Resurrection Day. And there was a picture I sent of a rainbow. I don't know, did you get that picture? There's a picture of the White House covered with a rainbow exactly the morning of April Fool's, which was Passover and the day he was on the cross. I'm going to resend all of these to you, probably one by one. She must think that I'm trained to do this, but you're the technical one. I'm not technical. So I'm gonna try and get this to you. So let me see here. So there, someone took a picture, and it's a complete over the White House itself. The picture shows the White House covered in a huge rainbow, and this was right about sunrise on
I think I might have found it.
April 1st. The what?
Is this
nope, that's the one. That's the one that Obama put up.
Okay.
That was when they did the pride flag on there. No, it's it was just I think it was a personal picture that was done. What is happening here? Oh, wants me to put a subject in. I am so sorry. Because I sent a bunch of pictures in. Okay, now it went through. And it's just such a beautiful depiction, and that it all happened at the same time. Now, April Fool's, see, April 1st is considered like the beginning of the year, because that's the first feast and festival is Passover of the year. Because we go all the way back to the Roman calendar, which started in March, because they added Janus and February gods and goddesses after that. So...
yeah, when they changed it to January 1st, anyone that still connected, and this was I think the French did this, French king did this. So they did you're a fool if you do not believe that it should be January 1st instead of April 1st. So that's where April Fool's Day came from.
We lost over 700,000 people in the Civil War because of that battle. It's how that's how we have lived, just like they were living. And that's why that description was so unique. It's just like when the president put out Covfefe, everyone was like, where does he get these words? And then when the definition was provided, people were like, whoa, wait a minute. That's what they want to do to us, but they're already doing it. You've probably heard in Texas where they had there's a woman going around, I don't know who all she's talking to, but she's around at all these different events saying, and all on social media, saying that that we don't understand in America. They've already set up 3 Sharia law courts in Texas. The 3 courts have all had a case and won the case. And so they said now Sharia law is established in America. That doesn't establish anything. That doesn't give them rights to do anything. But this is how they're living. So
yeah, they think they can, get away with that in some court, and it sets precedents. So there's some precedents in our court system, in our Constitution. Yeah.
Yes, and so because that's not for them. Okay, there's how gorgeous is this? Just
that's beautiful.
Right before sunrise, and that was on April Fool's, and so then on Saturday, Sabbath was Resurrection Day. And so then the first time that we never had the white rabbit, did you notice that on Easter? The whole egg roll was all games and stuff. It wasn't about honoring the eggs and everything else. It wasn't about honoring the white rabbit. Remember when he did the white rabbit and he put the Y around the neck for the Y families? Well, This time they were in a brown suit. And did you see the meme that he showed who was under the brown suit?
Mm-mm.
Oh, you're going to love this. This is somebody you're going to recognize easily. This guy is in memes all over the place, all because of the president. And so they had the brown, they had a brown, a little bit of white on the tummy, but a brown bunny. And then when he took the ears off, It's somebody that you're going to recognize from, I just don't want to spoil all the fun. Okay. So now I'm sending this one. And when he had the children out on the lawn, they were playing all these games and everything. And desktop. Okay. And now here's the bunny that was out there that while he was taking a short break. Did you see this one?
I haven't seen that one, no.
So the bunny that they walked around all day, I don't know who does these things, but is that perfect or what? And it's so funny because see, the head is so much bigger than the bunny up above. and I don't even think he smokes, but I mean, I don't know who's doing these, but he's been the Shah of Iran. He's been the president of Cuba. He's been all of these things. But the humor is that is the bunny he had, and how they did the jacket and everything. I don't know who's doing this stuff, but it's just pretty profound. So, but I feel bad. I don't want to just load you up with a bunch of pictures, but there's some pretty profound stuff that, and there's a couple of things on Twitter that we could pull up that I sent too, because where we're at is that the president has made it very, very, very clear what he's doing. And when he did that lengthy, did you guys cover the press when he covered about the second guy that they were able to get back, and right. He gave all the details of it, and then he said about the guy that had done this, the guy that leaked it. Right. Is going to be dealt with, but he said everybody involved. And now come to find out, the guy, I don't know if you did this yet, but FBI was able to zero in. It's a guy with the Army background, and he was at Fort Bragg and then became an employee of SOCOM, and they got him, but they're also getting everybody involved in the whole process of getting it out to the media and getting it out publicly to put our guys in danger.
Good.
The whole betrayal, the whole trail of betrayal.
They should be held accountable. Because they know better than to put something like that out. Mm-hmm. Checking, and that's supposed to be the standard. So if the press, gets something like that and they run with it, that's a problem, because they put all those people in danger. Mm-hmm. And then, of course, they put people in Iraq in danger as well. But they don't care about their own people. They only care about control and power. But that happens here in America too. So there's obviously some connection that's going on, because there's a lot of generals that have just recently been released. All right, like generals, the very top one, and the deep state is being rooted out. Mm-hmm.
Well, and that's what's happening. That's what's happening. When I mentioned at Mel's event, I said, the same thing is happening in China, because people kept bringing up China. And did you know that a lot of the key people at the very, very top in China have been removed?
Oh, no, I didn't know.
We don't talk about it that much here, but it's happening there too. And so I said, sir, to Juan, I said, it sounds like out of the 6 or 7, there's maybe 6 that are already gone. He goes, no, I think it's still 5. I mean, he just very casually just looked at the crowd and said, no, I think it's only about 5. But yeah, they're making some changes, and that's all he said. So, but I had never heard that they were relieving too. But all of this has been connected behind the scenes, and we were the ones that didn't know. Mm-hmm. All of these guys that are operating secretly against all of us are all connected globally. And I didn't picture that it was that widespread or that well controlled, but if you think about it, why was the Muslim Brotherhood here? And why were they in all the meetings? And why were they making the decisions? And why all the cash going over? And why all the on Obama's time? And so when you think about how the buildup was, at the same time, that's nothing. But here's the funny part. Remember when everybody called the president King Cyrus, current day King Cyrus, and nobody really talked about it, and it was widespread. They were telling everybody he's a King Cyrus, he's a King Cyrus. You remember all of that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's what they don't understand. King Cyrus is over Persia, and Persia is what they're now calling Iran. And so Persians are believers. And that's why when they all came to California back in the 80s, they were saying, we're not Iranians, we're Persians. But you had to say you're Iranian. When President Trump did that press conference, he said that there were sports stars. You may know who they are. I was so shocked at some of the stuff he revealed. And he said, because they declared publicly that they're not Muslims and those are not their beliefs. And what they said this week, they were shot down. Wow. It's just, and this is what happens. You have to say you're Muslim. You have to live as a Muslim. Exactly what that Taqiyya, what is. And I didn't know this when I was hearing and talking with these people over the weekend, that this is how it is for them. And this is how they want it here in America. And they're already saying it. And they're building up. They're building 2 mosques every month in Texas, and nothing's happening to them. And how is this allowed? And so I hear these things, and how do we put the pieces together? Because what a miraculous time to be alive and realize that now the military is clearing up the military things. And remember when they said, we will fight until the 2-tiered justice system is brought down. Good. And they're not going to allow this to continue to be this way in America. And so what has been happening is, here's what King Cyrus did in ancient times, guys, in ancient times. So the Armenians are the first ever declared believers in the world. The first nation ever declared to be fully believing nation was Armenia. And Armenia never had peace in the world, ever had peace. In all of history, they've never been at peace with their neighbor, Azerbaijan. Yeah. Okay. And so what did President Trump do after the Abrahamic Accords, after expanding them with the other nations? What did he do? He went out, and it was August 8 when it was finalized, and the 2 nations sat down on either side of him and signed a peace agreement. First time ever Persia was able to have peace. I mean, Armenia. So Armenia and the Persians, here's how it went. King Cyrus was over Persia. So King Cyrus is over Persia. He coordinates his military, his warriors, to go with the Persians, and the Armenians joined in. Why? They went into Babylon to get Judah and Benjamin out, the 2 tribes of the south of Israel that were marched off over to Babylon. So they get them out of Babylon. And now here's the hilarity. Everything about Babylon, everything about Assyria that took the 10 tribes of the north, we don't understand history. Everything about that is now Iraq. Nineveh in Assyria is now Mosul in Iraq. And I don't know, they had one of Babylon, but the main reason they kept our guys in Iraq was to protect all of their historic stuff of what? Of Babylon that fell in ancient times. Yep. Do you see what I mean? But it was King Cyrus that went in and did all this. So King Cyrus went in and did all this. President Trump goes in and does all this. And what do they do about President Trump?
Was where the museum is that had the remains of Gilgamesh.
Oh, wow.
So they were going in to, protect that as well. So they sent in like Delta and guys, very high level guys to basically protect that and get that freed.
It's just, it's so amazing what is going on. Just so amazing what is going on. There's some other things I was going to send you here. But, okay, so the history, Persia and Armenia going into Babylon, bringing out those tribes. And that's why here we're heading into this time of repentance and prayer for America. And what is it when we did the faith monument and the Man of Liberty was sitting on the head of the Lion of England. And he had already skinned it, and the limp paw was over his right shoulder, and he was holding one of the little it's a singular, like a binocular, but a singular eyeglass that he's searching out over the horizon to make sure that tyranny doesn't come on these shores like it destroyed England and the other nations, and as they lived in England. And so they got away from it, wanted to be away from it, and there he is sitting on it. And here's what's really amazing. He's got his right foot on the history book of tyranny. They understood all of these secret societies every 20 year and every century. They understood what they were getting away from, and they were getting away from England. So here's what we're heading into on May 16 and 17 is that we're not just going to pray that our nation makes it through this. We're not going to just pray and rededicate the nation to the Lord. And people look at, well, you can't pick a religion. And that's why I sent that picture. You have the picture of the 4,200 religions, right? If you don't have that one, I'll send that one too. I'm sorry. I sent all of these in. I'm so sorry. So there are 4,200 religions of the world. And in the 4,200 religions, people wanted to know, well, why are you guys thinking one religion is going to control all this? It's not a religion. You either have faith in a living Lord or all the dead gods. There's one choice or the other. And the living Lord, Aleph, that put his signature across America, is the one living that loves us, has his hand upon us, wants us to live, gave us this land, protected the Pilgrims, protected the Native Americans. They always had a place to go. They always had, and the wisdom in them and the truth in them has never left them. For 4,000 years, you can talk to any chief, and I've been honored to talk to several across America. They still know the same truth from 4,000 years ago. They still know exactly how this all lays out. The wisdom in the Native Americans is what they gave up for us. They sent them to the other side of the Mississippi to not have the truth for us. So they always get rid of the truth people across the world because they don't want us to know the truth. So truth is the living Lord, and the other kingdom is death. And you can call it Muslim, you can call it the Hezbollah, the Hamas, and supposedly Israel funded them. Remember, they said Israel funded them, and then they said, no, Sheila, it's Iran that's funding them. No, it's Iraq that's kept them going. Guys, you just saw in what Michael read, it's the Muslims that are funding all of this. Mm-hmm. And everybody's been playing tennis with which country is the one doing all of this. And in that document, that's why the president used that word. He said, I think everything's going to go well unless you are operating in this, which means you want to deceive us, because I'm not going to put up with it. Because if you want to operate this way, we're going to come back, hit you harder. And that's what he said to the people in social media this week. He made it very, very clear. I'm not going to put up with this. You're going to have to do the right thing. And I've already extended all of this. I've been as gracious as I can. There's no more being gracious. I'm done. He's letting him know I'm done. This is what we're going to do. And, okay. 4,200.
Let me pull up this one video that talks about Soleimani's nieces.
Wow. Okay.
What's going on with them? So I kind of brought this up yesterday, and I said that hopefully I can have Sheila come on and talk about this. So
sure. And for you, sure.
Fox News report.
Well, the niece of slain Iranian General Qasem Soleimani is apparently not happy with her new digs at an ICE detention center in Texas after a life of luxury she enjoyed in Los Angeles. She's reportedly called her former boyfriend for help to escape the facility. But according to the New York Post, he declined the call, saying this, quote, I don't want anything to do with her. She scares me. I was so afraid of her. She knows how to make herself seem like an angel, and you feel like the devil. She takes advantage of every man she knows. Now, another man, a Los Angeles hairdresser, said this about the situation. Thank God, after hearing of her arrest by ICE. He said, that's good. She's a stalker. In court filings, he said the woman subjected him to emotional abuse, harassment, and that she threatened to hurt herself. All of this highlighting a tale of two Irans. Ordinary Iranians facing crackdowns and executions, while top government officials quietly send their children to benefit from the West. That includes notorious Iranian regime leader Screaming Mary, whose son allegedly teaches at a college in LA. Just the tip of the iceberg, Sandra, because there's multiple professorships that are held by the children of former Iran regime holders that benefit from the West, blast the West, and essentially also live off the blood money of those Iranians at home who are being executed for protesting and showing their hair.
It clearly looks like the height of hypocrisy, right? Because those are the same people enjoying our freedoms who are not calling out the brutalities of the regime. While you were speaking to that intro, Emily, we were showing those human chains that were forming yesterday that we were reporting on, many of which included women and babies, young children, that Iran was clearly putting up to protect those key sites in Iran as President Trump's threats grew, putting them on the front lines, while at the same time, apparently what we're learning is they're sending their own offspring, their own children to come enjoy the freedoms of America.
So, yeah, that's what we're seeing. So she talked about the Screaming Mary. That was one of the students that was at the embassy where they were holding our people hostage for 444 days. During the Carter administration. And, then President Reagan came in and said, they'll be released or there's going to be hell to pay. And then when he came in office, they released them. So that they only know power and strength. I've been around these people for, several decades. They're very brutal, like you saw, and they don't care about their people. They're having the people surround the areas that Trump was talking about targeting. Then they could say, see what your president did. So that's, I think, one of the reasons why he's like, oh, we're making a deal. It's like, so they're having to, switch their, how they're going to strike or if they're going to strike or whatever. But I think that they could come from Iraq because Iraq has many U.S. military bases and, of course, all the equipment that we sent there to take down Iraq in like 36 days. That could just go right over and go right into Iran and take Iran down, maybe 40 days. I don't know, maybe less.
The truth is that's what they want. What you just shared in that video is how they have always operated here.
Yeah.
They tell us that they want to be here, but that's why Trump has said, you don't want to be here? Go. You don't want to operate, you don't want to assimilate in America? Go. You don't want to operate like an American? Go. And they don't think they're realized, but it's just like all of these people that were given track phones. They don't know why ICE is finding them where they work or where they eat or where they live. How did you find me? Well, you got a track phone. And so we don't just track Americans with track phones. We track you guys too. So I've got some new stuff for you. So there was something miraculous that happened today that I can say while I'm still sending these things. Do you remember when we did a interview on the devotional?
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that the devotional was the #1 recommended book on the email from Amazon today?
Oh, wow.
And so I sent a picture to Juan and Stacy, and I can send you a picture of it. I don't know if I sent it to Tracy too.
Yeah, unfortunately, she's running around right now. She might be getting them, or if she's getting them, I don't know if she's not sending them to me. So
okay, well, I've got the 42. That's the 4,200 religions. So when people say, "What religion is he talking about?" President Trump made it really clear. He came back and said, my religion is faith in Christ, and faith in Christ is my religion. And he made it really clear. How many rallies was he pointing to heaven and saying, that's the boss. God is the boss. And so I have another one for you where he confirmed it.
So what do you think about all these, supposed, MAGA supporters like Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones and all these people that are really heavily attacking Trump now?
I think we're finding out who people are.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when I sent it out, and I don't know, did you see the response on Il Donaldo Trumpo of Tucker Carlson? And to Tucker Carlson, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna send this. Can you pull up the email from me, Office at His Best? Because this is the one, and I want you to see it before. On the Tucker Carlson, because I sent it to him, because this is what Tucker said. When President Trump said what he was going to do in Iran, what did Tucker do? Tucker turned around and said that the president desecrated Easter with this announcement, because he used some terminology. But he'd already been negotiating, and then finding out they're not even interested in negotiating. They just really don't even care.
No.
And so so I'm going to send you one because I don't want to put it up on the to go unless you think we're okay. Because it was just kind of fun, because I gave the whole summary. He had a guy on, I think it was Sunday night, and I sent the interview to you and to Tracy, and I said, it was the most disturbing interview. I couldn't even keep listening to it at one time. I had to keep turning it off. Then I was scrolling forward. Then I thought, did I miss something? And where's the meat? Where's the beef? Remember that gal? And so I'm going through it, and he's talking about Paula White. And then he talks about Paula White back under T.D. Jakes. And he doesn't say anything. He said there were scandals. He doesn't say anything about Benny Hinn in Italy with her. He does after they both got their first divorces. And then he went back and married his wife. He doesn't say anything about her being under Kenneth Copeland and always having hands laid on her from Kenneth Copeland and giving her new blessings with her new husband, who changed his name, the singer from Journey, changed his last name from his family name to the name Cain. And he didn't go over any of it. He didn't go over any facts, just kept making vague statements, pieces. The way I describe it is it's pieces. Then they tried to connect the dots with the pieces, and they didn't connect. And then did this whole thing against what President Trump is doing. And so what came out from Il Donaldo Trumpo is a response. And to me, it's so profound. And it's funny, because when you do this, sometimes we have to come back to humor to describe what it is that you're doing. And the humor is just pretty profound, because when you see the picture of him, so I'm just sending it to you now. And it's going to come in from the His Best. And it's got Tucker in it. Do you see it?
No, it's not coming through on my stuff.
It may go into your other folder, because I sent everything to you guys, because I couldn't attach anything to Gmail today.
Oh, that's good.
Do you see what I mean? And I don't know. I think it'd be fun to share, because it's humor, but it's like, you want to say that he desecrated Easter? Do you even understand the truth about Easter? But I did not know. People are talking now, and I forgot, I think. Did you know his dad was CIA?
Yeah.
And I didn't know any of that. And they said he's committed to his dad. He can't back the president on some of these things. I'm like, back him on Easter?
You know anything about a pilgrim group?
I heard there's a horrible one, like Pilgrim Society or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, that's not a real group. And they're blaming them for a lot of stuff that we've gone through, but I don't understand it. What is the Pilgrim Society thing?
Yeah, I don't know. So I just heard it, and somebody said it was like really bad. So I guess I have to do research on it.
Well, they're trying to say that I don't understand pilgrims because the Pilgrim Society is such a horrible group. I said, if it's a secret society, it probably is. And the Pilgrims didn't rule over anything. The Pilgrims were like the free thinkers, like the Quakers.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, so,
this is good. So it's researchers at Stanford University have utilized first century anthropological data, population genetics, and forensic techniques to create a 3D hyper-realistic facial reconstruction of Judas Iscariot. So we got Tucker Carlson there. Very good. And that's true. He is. He was a huge Trump supporter. Trump took him in, after he got, dumped by Fox, help make him great again. So, and then now he's turning on Trump. So it happens so many people, doesn't it? It's crazy.
Well, and you know what's really adorable? Did we share the little video that was done like a Mission Impossible, and it was with Joe Kent?
I'm not sure if we did or not.
Did we share that? Because picture Joe Kent sitting at a computer, and he's typing away, and nobody noticed it. I had to have everybody go back and look at it a second time because off to the right it said top secret, transfer of data happening now or processing now. And so that was a little sign over to the right, and nobody realized that sign was there. And it's Joe Kent, and he's sitting there, and he's one of the people. Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of the people. Alex Jones is one of the people. They've got like a lineup, like FBI's Most Wanted with all of these pictures on it, and it's all of these people. And so what I was sharing is that this is craziness because Joe Kent is sitting there typing all this stuff. Then he grabs a thumb drive, and then you know how Mission Impossible music is. It gets more dramatic, and he's in a vehicle, and he's on a highway, and it's late at night, and there's two lights, some headlights coming toward him, and that's all you see is that he's speeding to get there. He gets to this diner, and then he's sitting at a table, and all you see is Tucker Carlson sitting across. He's handing him the thumb drive. And then you see the back of FBI jackets. See, they're taking Joe Kent out. Okay. Then they point the camera back on Tucker Carlson. And then all of a sudden, the mask is starting to come off. The guy is pulling the mask off. And as he pulls the mask up, here goes the blue top, the blue jacket, the blue shirt. He wears those blue casual shirts with a bow tie. Here comes all of that. It all comes off. And you know how Trump is, even his red tie has to get out of his way. And so the red tie is over to the side. When all of this comes off, the red tie falls into place. The shirt's crisp white. The blue jacket is pristine, right? And then it's President Trump smiling at you. And he's got the thumb drive. And the very next day, Joe Kent steps out, gets fired, retires, resigns, whatever he did. And yeah. Joe Kent's in a picture now with Tucker and everybody on the FBI's Most Wanted.
Wow.
And so,
and again, President Trump took in Joe Kent. He was, just, taken down, taken apart, whatever. Let him come back, and it's probably CIA spook, as somebody's saying in the chat. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Well, to give up where we're at, to top secret data transfer processing now, and he's handing it to Tucker. Is this? And you think that's right, but see, that's the way the mainstream media always got their information. But it was never information you and I were ever supposed to know. So it was helping them, but then they were giving us the lies, which is what we've been living by, which is how the Muslims live, is that they lie for their own protection.
Oh, yeah.
And that's not their plan at all. And they have to do what Muhammad wants them to do. And Muhammad didn't even exist until the 600s. So
Yeah, there's you know, I've known a lot of Muslims, but you're right. They're scared to get out of line. You know, I've talked to people from lots of different groups, and they just have to. They're in the Muslim world, so they have to, like, say they're Muslim and act like they're Muslim, but they don't really, follow Muslim traditions at all. But they have, like you're saying. Otherwise, I talked to this gentleman that was he's from Turkey, and he was telling me how they had to take on a Muslim, religion to stay alive. Otherwise, he talked about how groups of them were like forced into buildings and churches and so forth, Christian churches, and they were burned alive. So they're like, okay, yeah, we're Muslims now. So,
no, boy.
Yeah.
I'm giving you some more. I'm finally catching up.
Nice. The truth is like a lion. You don't have to defend it. Let it loose. It will defend itself. St. Augustine. That's a great one.
And that's where we are. That's why the president, and he has never made a promise. It hasn't come to pass. He's never said anything he's going to do that he doesn't do. He's never offered something that he didn't do. I mean, it was so emotional. You know a whole lot more about this than I do about what they're doing. But when I heard that whole press conference and how Radcliffe came from the CIA and said there was one piece of this, only one piece that we were able to help with, that they didn't have whatever it was to do to find the guy under that new communication system. So he did that aspect of it. Then they turned it over to Hegseth, and Hegseth said what they did. But the president describing this whole thing, and then and he even said some things that Raising Cain didn't say. And to have hundreds of guys up in the air, have hundreds of guys in each of these pieces of equipment, to have backup lighter equipment that didn't have all the medical stuff and everything in it because they just knew the guy was bleeding. And so they carried all the stuff they needed. So Raising Cain had a backup plan that if the sand was going to be too wet and they couldn't get a lift off, right, from picking him up, that they had these other planes to then transfer it all into, and that all of this was done. I mean, it wasn't even 48 hours, was it, from this whole thing happening? And they had all these teams all over Iran, and their radar's already gone. All their communications messed up. Everything's messed up for them, but they're listening to people. I think there's 6 planes over there, and I think there's 4 planes over there. I think the guy who's over there, you know what I mean? Because look what that put them into by somebody leaking that they got one out, but there's still one that's in danger. It's like, why? You know what I mean? And so put all of these guys in harm's way, and then here they are. So, but what I shared after the one about the president saying that, there's politics and there's government and everything else, but it's all about God. He's trying to get us back to what the Pilgrims gave in this nation. That's why we're such an unusual nation. We were committed to following the truth and being at peace with our people. And life is precious to us. And the other kingdom, the life is not precious. And so there's a clear distinction. And that's why I said, if you don't know who you are or whose you are you with truth and life, or do you believe in death? And I'm not trying to decide for you. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm not trying to have you shift. It's just you're making a choice, whether you think you're making a choice or not. But that's why it's in our Constitution, natural born for president. You can't come here and have an anchor baby and then have that baby who's in the family who's not even committed to America be a president of this nation, because that's how it goes off. And we did that miraculous interview that nobody knew about, of the sheriffs. That isn't even their name, Bush, and they weren't legally for candidate, and they weren't American born. And their parent, Bush 41, was born in Germany in the German Navy before he came to America. His parents were German, and so then 43 didn't either, because his dad is 41, who didn't qualify because he was even born in Germany and his parents were German. And so it's the whole family that was never supposed to be there again. As of September 1963, when President Kennedy and AG Robert F. Kennedy met with him, Prescott Bush, and they knew that was his SS name, and with Hitler, and they knew that he had all of these things that he did with Tesla, selling all of Tesla's patents over his inventions over to Germany. They knew all of this, and so they released everything to him by saying, just sign that nobody in your family will ever be in our government again. And guys, look what they have done. They're the ones that brought in the Noahide laws. I mean, they live a different life, and so they're one thing.
Signed an agreement with those two, JFK and RFK.
They had to get rid of him, and it was only Bush 41 that was even debriefed, not the team. It was only the leader of the team, Bush 41, that was debriefed by Hoover the day after 11/22 of 63. And so there you go. I mean, now that we have the opportunity to have the records and we know the truth, it was only 2 months later when his son, who was never going to be in the government again, nobody in his family was going to be in the government again, was in charge of the CIA team that took him out and debriefed by Hoover, who was also secret. These are all secret society. They're all connected. We don't know what they're doing or how they're planning. All of this has to change. So when people ask me, what do you think is going to happen with the election in 26? I said, why even have an election? Has anybody missed our government? They're still not there. No. They're saying we're at war, and they're not even meeting. And it was the write-up that they have for this new thing that they want to pass. Johnson was just saying what it is, and it's horrible. And he said they want us just to sign it. We're not going to sign it. They've got to get back here and discuss this with us. This isn't right. And this is what they want to do against the American people. And it's not right. So they're proving all of this to us. There's just so much. And I'm so sorry some of this was kind of scattered today, but that letter is the letter the president wrote. And I don't know if you want to go over that. And then we are where Samuel Adams said we are. And so that's why I wanted to have those two to you. And there's so many other things I sent, but I don't want to take up all of my time looking up these things and transferring them in. We'll do another follow-up if you want to, because so much is happening around this Iranian situation. In fact, after this, and that's why he sent out that Taqiyya or whatever it is. Did you know, don't you, that they did an explosion of a tanker underneath the bridge at the Panama Canal? Yeah, I saw that. And you can see in the explosion, there's no cars in front, there's no cars behind, and when they exploded it, there was a whole lineup of cars going by. They're always into death. Everything that they have done communicates exactly who they are and what they're doing. Yeah. So this is a letter, President Trump, based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be done. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable. I just lost that. A workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then there's this explosion. So then he sends out the message from Il Donald Trumpo. Yeah, but however, if you do, Taqiyya, if I find out that's how you're operating, then I'll be operating that same way. And it is going to be harder and deeper and stronger and more horrible upon you. He's not going to put up with this. And they're not going to get away with it. But it has to be this way. There's no other way. Mm-hmm.
And then Samuel Adams, if ye love wealth better than liberty, we can ask that of probably Tucker Carlson and a lot of those people. The tranquility of servitude better than the animating contest of freedom. Go home from us in peace. We ask not for your counsels or your arms. Crouch down and lick the hands which feed you. May your chains set lightly upon you, and may posterity forget that you were our countrymen. So yeah, that's coming for a lot of people.
So it's not just ICE getting people out. It's not just, we're still in the place where there's a lot of people here that are here for a different purpose, and we can even comprehend. We don't even think like these people think. And that's how they get away with this. And that's how they took over Persia. But I'm still praying that Persia will be able to be Persia. Armenia is now going to be able to be Armenia. And I really hope and I trust that's where he's headed with this, because they're not going to have any options.
And I think it's going to be really hard for them to get them to agree, because they don't agree. They just string you along and lying to you the whole time. So he's going to let them, I guess. I don't know what the 2 weeks means as far as like more buildup, because he said also in a post earlier today, I think, where he said, we're not going to move any troops. Everything that's there is going to stay there until we know for sure that we have an agreement. So,
well, and they really haven't opened up the Strait of Hormuz. But have you seen the pictures? And I don't think this is a NATO building, but have you seen the picture? It has capital NATO, and then they have the explosions, and then all of a sudden he's walking forward with the sunglasses on. I love what he does, as he's done it so many times. And then all of a sudden this fireball follows him and the whole NATO building is completely gone. But people thought we were doing good things about NATO, but look what he has proved, that none of them care about us. None of them are ever going to help us. None of them are ever going to stand with us. So why are we doing all this? Their bases we couldn't even fly over their countries or operate with their bases over there to get help to handle this. And it's affecting them too. And they don't even want to help. That's for that to be proven to the American people. This has been quite a week. And that's why I will get more to you, Michael, because this is so exciting. Every day has just been like, oh my God, this is happening. Oh, this is great. Oh, look what he's doing now. Oh, he handled that. I mean, it's just, we went from whack-a-mole to handled. It's been miraculous. And we're in a whole different place.
A lot of people are like, they started this war because they wanted to get away from Epstein. Well, today we had Melania come out and open that can of worms even to a greater extent. So let's listen to what Melania said.
Here's the First Lady, Melania Trump.
With the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today. The individuals lying about me are devoid of ethical standards, humility, and respect. I do not object to their ignorance, but rather I reject their mean-spirited attempts to defame my reputation. I never been friends with Epstein. Donald and I were invited to the same parties as Epstein from time to time, since overlapping in social circles is common in New York City and Palm Beach. To be clear, I never had a relationship with Epstein or his accomplice, Maxwell. My email reply to Maxwell cannot be categorized as anything more than casual correspondence. My polite reply to her email doesn't amount to anything more than a trivial note. I am not Epstein's victim. Epstein did not introduce me to Donald Trump. I met my husband by chance at the New York City party in 1998. This initial encounter with my husband is documented in detail in my book, Melania. The first time I crossed paths with Epstein was in the year 2000 at an event Donald and I attended together. At the time, I had never met Epstein and had no knowledge of his criminal undertakings. Numerous fake images and statements about Epstein and me have been circulating on social media for years now. Be cautious about what you believe. These images and stories are completely false. I'm not a witness or a named witness in connection with any of Epstein's crimes. My name has never appeared in court documents, depositions, victim statements, or FBI in interviews surrounding the Epstein matter. I have never had any knowledge of Epstein abuse of his victims. I was never involved in any capacity. I was not a participant, was never on Epstein's plane, and never visited his private island. My attorneys and I have fought these unfounded and baseless lies with success and will continue to maintain my sound reputation without hesitation. To date, several individuals and companies have been legally obligated to publicly apologize and retract their lies about me, such as Daily Beast, James Carville, and HarperCollins, UK. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein was not alone.
So that is exactly what I wanted to get to. Now is the time for Congress to act. Epstein did not act alone. So also Epstein, now that he's gone or wherever he's at, so that hasn't ended. What Epstein was doing, that has absolutely not ended. And if you think so, you don't have a brain in your body. So that's why Congress, and I don't believe we can depend on Congress, but some entity with some authority like Congress, because I think probably Congress will be completely replaced at some point in the near future, hopefully, and the Senate. But some entity needs to investigate this and start to expose who is involved with Epstein, probably a lot of those congressmen and women, and then we have to, and senators, and then we have to look at where did that go? Because it didn't end. P. Diddy parties, they're out there somewhere. Epstein Island vacations for the elite, it's out there somewhere. So we need the investigations. What do you think, Sheila?
It's absolutely true. Eisner made the big guy at Disney. He made a really big deal out of the fact that he had to take the guy that was going to replace him when he moved up to chair. He had to take the guy that was going to be president, had to go to Epstein Island first before he could get that promotion confirmed.
Wow.
So that's how it was being operated. That's why the Disney cruise ship stopped there for family snorkeling. And then they've got the submarine underwater, and a youth director off of the Disney cruise ship disappeared. And nobody's dealt with any of this. But our Congress is so compromised. They're saying that 93 out of the 100 senators are in deep trouble.
Wow.
But where's the second half? Because here's the other thing. I haven't seen you since you did the interview with Juan on Bondi, and that I keep starting it and getting into it, but I haven't heard the whole thing. But how are they putting Todd Blanche in there? Todd Blanche is the guy that stopped Tina Peters. Everything was set up 4 times to get Tina Peters handled and out of there.
Really?
And
wow.
Todd Blanche was the block. So
wow.
How is he now moving into, unless he has to be taken on next? Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Exposed. Yep.
Yeah, because our government isn't doing anything for us. And you know what? I don't think we're missing any of them. Are you notice anything in your life that you're missing because they're nowhere around?
No, not at all. And in fact, that SAVE Act that they were supposedly going to vote on, but they, skedaddled out of Washington for a little break. That's not needed because they don't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Florida has already made it law, the SAVE Act. Mississippi, South Dakota, and Utah, all four have already made that the law. But yet our Congress and what was it, 85% of Americans want the SAVE Act to go through, yet they can't pass it. It's unbelievable. Even Democrats want the SAVE Act for the most part. For most Democrats want it. I think it's 100% of GOP, but it's insane. It's insane that they can't get anything done.
Well, there's something where they've changed the wording. And Johnson, shoot, I thought they're not in, so I thought it was old. But he's talking about what they haven't voted on yet. And he said that they added these terms, and he wanted Americans to know, and they need to get back here and clean it up. I'm going to find that for you because it was Speaker Johnson that brought this up. And he said, you're not going to believe the words. So I'm going to and he read them. Oh my God. And he said, we cannot resolve this and continue to just pretend like it doesn't exist. And why are they not rushing back here to get this handled? So are they on a spring break because their kids are on a spring break, or what is going on?
Yeah, they're on spring break. So already law, like I said, in Florida, South Dakota, Utah. And I think I must have skipped through Mississippi. Yeah, Mississippi, there's Mississippi. So it's already done. I mean, states can go ahead and pass it. We have to just start to work around Congress because they're not doing anything for us. So we the people have to get this thing moving.
Well, and are you hearing? It sounds like there aren't going to be any in Congress. It sounds like we're going to be going to. Remember when we did that Q&A and Juan joined us and he was talking about the election and. Is like, so what's going to happen in 2026? I don't see across the country. I don't see how we can have an election with where we're at and what's going on and how Congress is upset because they're saying we're at war. If we were at war, why aren't they in their seats? Exactly. Why aren't they just something? And I can't put my finger on it, but this Johnson thing is bothering me. I'm going to find this Johnson thing for you because you would understand exactly what he's saying. Because I was just like, what are they not voting on? And what words did they change? Because I thought it was all done. But
they inserted something in there. I know what about. I don't know exactly what it was because it was kind of like a last minute type thing. It's like we're not going to pass this. We're going to have a clean bill, and we're going to pass a clean bill. When? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see these shysters. What they come up with. But
Speaker Mike Johnson, maybe it's here. Okay, here it is. The Save America Act is about proof of citizenship to register to vote and using a photo ID when you do so. Why are Chuck Schumer and the Democrats against this common sense measure? Because they want illegal aliens to vote in our elections. And this looks like the same interview that he was doing.
Okay.
Press. Yeah. And, but I'm going to get this for you because he was really upset. And then he said, and this is the way it was going to be, but now this has been inserted. And so they're just drawing it out. They don't want to change where we're at. That's why we still have machines and we still have mail-in ballots. They're not correcting a thing, not realizing that. I mean, I think we covered it on 24. Our guys were in those warehouses when those white box trucks showed up with those extra ballots all filled out. They still did the same thing in 24. So we can't continue to keep letting this be the way it goes. And who has cleaned up the voter rolls? They aren't even requesting any cleanup of the voter rolls. So that's why we knew we had to start over. But to start over, we should have started by September last year. We needed so many months to get the whole thing done.
Yeah.
So, but what a blessing to be with you today. This is such a neat surprise. And I'm sorry I'll be better on getting you all this stuff because I still owe you a bunch, but I don't want to take up the time just constantly on my phone transferring things. But there's just so much meat to get out to the people because it's actually everything's happening, guys. Everything is happening. And so we've been waiting and waiting for this, and people go, why is there such a lull? I don't know where the lull is. Do you know a lull that somebody's talking about?
Because I think the lull is like we're the rest and the finish of the war, and so blast the hell out of them, get it done.
Yeah. And we're getting it done, which is a miraculous thing. It's always just so amazing to be on with you. And when that whole thing happened, that's what I didn't put up there. I didn't do the thing on the book, and I think it's all because of you, Michael. I think it's all because of you, because I don't know how this happened today, but that it happened today is just really funny. And but I think I already sent it in, but I'm going to send it to you personally now. It's the email. In fact, I think I sent the email from me receiving it. I think I sent that to both of you. Let me see here on the Gmail. And because this has never happened. Devotional recommend. Yeah, I sent it at 4:25. So do you see it on your email?
I don't see it on mine.
I'm going to resend it.
That thing you sent me, his best, I got that one. So if you can send it in that same one.
Okay. Okay, I just sent it in Gmail. Yeah. And now I'm going to send it over to I'm sending it over to his best, and now I'm going to send it to you from his best too. But I sent it again from Gmail. I just forwarded it. And now I just got it in his best, and I'm going to forward it to you from there.
So you're talking about where it was featured as the next read?
Yep, number one on the recommendation. Yep. More like your recent read. And there it is. Do you see the one right below?
The Space War Total Recall book?
Yep. But Antarctica's on there, and there's a couple that I'm interested in that are below that. The Greatest Templar Tale Never Told. That interests me. And the one right below that is Forgotten Home Apothecary, because going back to the natural things. So those both interest me, so I'll probably order those tonight. But isn't that wild? And I think it's all because of that interview by Michael Jaco, who gave me such a great compliment about the first 5 or 6 days. This one looks good. The Greatest Templar Tale Never Told, because we never got to hear about the Templars. So I'm going to get that one, and then the one right below on Apothecary.
Oh, nice.
Because I worked with, because I grew up on a farm, and everybody handled everything. We didn't do doctors. We didn't go to, you know what I mean? You got this going on. This is how you take care of it. You know, we just, but I haven't been around that kind of stuff for a long time.
Wow. That looks fascinating.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I like the ship on the front too. I just like that kind of stuff. What's going on? But I think this is all due to Michael Jaco. So I sent it to you guys as soon as I got it. So, Because this has never happened to me. This has never ever happened to me where I'm a recommended book for Amazon. They do this once a month where they recommend. Yeah. So thank you very much, Michael Jaco. I owe you guys another dinner. I'm adding it onto the list. So
good. Are you going to that Las Vegas event that Wine's throwing again?
Yes. I already registered, already got the room. I'm all set.
Very good. Yeah.
You guys going to be there?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. I think that's going to be a fabulous event. Are you guys going to be in DC 16, 17?
I'd like to try and do that. We'll have to see what's going on. We got a lot of stuff going on around the time frame. We might be able to do it.
Okay. If you can do it, let me know because there's an event on the night of the 16th.
Okay.
It's a tight thing, but I think I can get you guys in. So let me know.
We'll look into it and see what happened.
Yeah, I'll let Tracy know where we're going to be because we're going to be right there. We're going to be just walking. We're not going to be driving anywhere. We're going to stay right there. And so I'll let you know that location.
Okay. Yeah, let us know that location. Maybe we can line it up. That'd be good.
Okay. Well, what a blessing to be with you. This is just, this is one of the craziest summaries. I have never done this to you where I'm just loading up. But I'm so grateful because this whole thing about Persia, this is an ancient thing that has never, ever been resolved until now.
I agree.
And now we know why we can call him King Cyrus, and the guys who were just saying it, so be it, guys. You didn't know what was going on, and now you're not happy with what he's doing, and he's doing exactly what needs to happen because he's going to keep going until he's got peace around the world. There's no reason to be living in these wars. There's no reason for these fights, and there's only one group that wants to keep stirring it up. So here we go.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Exciting. And that he went to Fort Bragg. Don't you love this? He went to Fort Bragg with Melania. Do you know what I mean? And you think of the timing, it's like he knew, you know what I mean? Anyway, it's just, and thank you for including, I had not seen that video with Melania. That was a real honoring thing, and how horrible that she had to stand in front of that microphone and go through that we treat people like this who had no connection whatsoever. They think just because she was a supermodel that, of course she had to be. It wasn't, they pretended they were going to make people models, guys. They were young girls that they took advantage of, just like they took advantage of somebody from Mar-a-Lago. And that's why President Trump had to boot him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to stand for it. So, because I've got a lot of friends who were supermodels in New York, and they knew exactly what was going on. But when you're a supermodel, you're not 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 being picked up out of, I don't think people understand Victoria's Secret yet. Do you know what I mean? And Wexler, he's still out and free and walking around. And I think, I don't know, maybe he's not. I mean, but they show him, so who knows? But they showed Tucker with Kent. Joe Kent, and guys, it's just so funny. And have you seen that video? If not, I'll get that video for you. It's so and the Mission Impossible music. That would just be really fun. So I'll get that for you.
Perfect. All right, Sheila, thanks so much. And last minute, great show. Everybody loves it. So thanks so much.
It's always great with you. I so enjoy these. So whenever you have another hour, let me know.
Sometimes it's fun just come on and just wing it. That's what's going on in the world, and just run with it, because you have such a deep historical view of events. It really appeals to a lot of people. So it's good, very good.
Well, it's all dovetailing together. Everybody wonders how can you piece this all together? I've been hoping this could happen for the people who are Persian and are stuck under Iran rule. I was hoping that Armenia could finally have peace. They've never had peace in all of history because they're believers, and we didn't understand that's why they're here to do this to us. But they knew at the time of the Civil War. We've done the whole thing on the soldier monument, I think, on the Civil War, where they knew they had to keep their own musket and their own cannonballs after 700,000 lives were lost. Guys, it's unbelievable how this just keeps happening in the world, and it's finally being addressed. So I'm so honored to have done this with you tonight. I just so appreciate this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. All right, everybody. Thanks so much for coming in, and we'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. A possible timing on Monday, April 6, 2026. The new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations with gold-backed currencies, ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launched for We the People. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. See martial law Thursday, April 9, 2026. Military tanks are now patrolling the streets of Washington, D.C. all night long. Tier 4B martial law on Telegram. Thursday, April 9, 2026. Breaking: Iran strikes reveal direct undersea supertunnel to U.S. soil. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. President Trump, safe in the secure White Hat command bunker, just watched the impossible happen live. The precision strikes on Iran triggered the master tunnel map to explode with a new glowing red line, a 5,000-mile undersea supertunnel running straight from Iranian deep state bunkers into hidden U.S. coastal domes along California and Florida. U.S. Army forces under Trump's direct command are already inside both ends, raiding live as we speak. Temporary martial law is now expanded to full coastal lockdown to protect the rescue OPS. Similar evidence points to Hillary's Biolab network and the Vatican's Ninth Circle satanic cult running international child sacrifice and trafficking rings, with mass graves in Canada, Ireland and Spain holding hundreds of thousands of victims. Martial law enables worldwide pedophile arrests as 8-hour documentaries in 22 languages reveal the satanic deep state agenda. Martial law extends for purges, continued unsealing of indictments with tribunal action. Thursday, April 9, 2026. QFS NISRA/Jazara has been activated. What is NISRA? National Economic Security and Reform Act. What is Jazara? Global Economic, Security and Reform Act. What does NISRA do? Each country maintains their sovereignty. You, as a person, maintain your sovereignty. Yes. You own your stuff, land, home, cars. Each country has their own sovereign physical and digital currency that is backed by precious metals, utility-backed currency dollar with values, not as with the corrupt fiat system. Each country worships as they pleases. Each country governs itself independently. Currencies worldwide digital/physical are placed on a level play field that brings fairness to the world trade markets, all backed by precious metals. Society will not be entirely cashless. Rather, all currencies, physical or digital, will be backed with tangible precious metals. This is the reason why we are currently witnessing a steady collapse of the central banking system worldwide, as the decentralized financial market system revolution continues. Over $106 billion, 106 billions, are in circulation payments to all citizens. These funds are obtainable through your Q phones. The hour has arrived. We all prayed for this day. Obtain and configure your quantum phones. QFS NISRA/Jazara has been activated. The greatest wealth transfer in the history of humanity is here. Apply for your NISRA/Jazara sovereign wealth funds today. The green light is already given. Most will hear about this later. A few will see IT first. Enter the official Tier 4B, ISO 20022 now. Thursday, April 9, 2026. Bruce, the big call. A person working with a redemption center was told to stay not go out of state and stay up to 17 days after exchanges started. A source said Tier 4B, us, the internet group, notification were pending for Tuesday, 14th of April, but Wednesday 15th of April was a shoo-in. Another source said Tuesday, 14th of April or Wednesday 15th of April with exchanges Wednesday 15th of April or Thursday 16th of April. Another source said notification would happen Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday. 14, 15, 16th of April. Last Tuesday, 7th of April at midnight the petrodollar was dead. This was code word for the end of the SWIFT system. 4 countries were still trying to use SWIFT, but it was no longer available. ZIM holders are the only ones who have to sign an NDA. There were 1,437 accounts seized in Geneva, Zurich and the Cayman Islands a couple of days ago. The new U.S. Treasury note will be available at our exchanges. There was supposed to be an announcement about how much gold the U.S. has sometime between Saturday 11th of April and Wednesday 15th of April. Save the Children Thursday, April 9, 2026. Justin Bieber reveals Diddy and Usher drained his blood in sickening adrenochrome rituals. Justin Bieber finally came forward and accused his former mentors. Thursday, April 9, 2026. NASA posted a new photo of the galaxy stating it was taken by the Artemis crew on April 7, 2026. However, a reverse image search shows this is the same exact photo dating back to at least 2008. Case closed. NASA is fake. We live in a firmament. Thursday, April 9, 2026. Special Forces rescue kidnapped American children from Ecuador narco hellhole, Gitmo TV on Telegram. Once again, United States Special Operations Forces have rescued kidnapped American children from South American drug lords who traffic in innocent lives. Late last night, elite Green Berets from the U.S. Army's 5th Special Forces Group stormed a remote heavily fortified cartel compound in southern Ecuador, freeing a dozen American children held captive for months in horrific conditions. The bold raid received personal approval from President Donald J. Trump following secure communications with Ecuadorian President Daniel Noboa. This mission underscores Trump's commitment to leave no child behind as he battles the forces preying on the vulnerable. Military sources with direct knowledge state 3 MH-6 Little Bird helicopters inserted the team deep in the jungle near the Colombian border, roughly 40 miles from Guayaquil. The target was the stronghold of the Los Caneros cartel, known for drugs extortion and child trafficking operations. Thursday, April 9, 2026, after a 68% error rate with mail-in ballots was found in the Michigan 2020 election, a forensic audit of Dominion voting machines by election experts was performed. The results were released by a judge that read, "We conclude that the Dominion voting system is intentionally and purposefully designed with inherent errors to create systemic fraud and influence election results. The system intentionally generates an enormously high number of ballot errors. The electronic ballots are then transferred for adjudication. The intentional errors lead to bulk adjudication of ballots with no oversight, no transparency, and no audit trail. This leads to voter or election fraud. Based on our study, we conclude that the Dominion voting system should not be used in Michigan. We further conclude that the results of Antrim County should not have been certified." Edward Snowden on Telegram. Thursday, April 9, 2026. Glenn Beck revealed he has documents showing a deliberate plan by Muslims in America, noting that New York City mosques grew from 84 in 2001 to over 400 today, yet Muslims still block streets and public parks for prayers. He said the Muslim Brotherhood took over many mosques, exploiting America's charitable nature, and that Americans were asked for help while a clear plan to expand influence was being laid out, fully documented in the materials he possesses. Thursday, April 9, 2026, breaking special report, the 2028 strategy, how the system is reorganizing to stop Vance and recapture Trump's America, a strategy already in motion, not a future scenario. Thursday, April 9, 2026, shadow government, Obama accused of secret NATO back channel as Trump resets America's global role, allegations of a parallel diplomatic network shake Washington. Thursday, April 9, 2026, breaking U.S. debt clock, recaptured ownership, the system they built versus the America they fear, who really owns America? The question that changes everything. Thursday, April 9, 2026, Code Black, from the War Room, Deep State leak exposes why they had to eliminate General Flynn. "We have it all wasn't a threat. It was a death sentence, for their secrets." Thursday, April 9, 2026. 3 meetings took place in the last 72 hours that no camera recorded, Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. The first, a room beneath the Pentagon. No phones. No aides. Only 7 men and a decision that will reshape the Middle East before Friday. The second, a private jet. Tail number blocked. Departed Zurich at 3:17 a.m. Landed at Joint Base Andrews. The passenger has not been seen in public since 2019. You were told he was dead. The third, Camp David. Not the official visit the press was briefed on. The other meeting. The one with no guest list. The one where the new financial architecture was signed into law before the ink on the ceasefire was dry. Trump did not pause the strikes because of diplomacy. He paused them because the mission was already complete. The 5-day window is not for negotiations. It is for extraction. 14 high-value targets are being moved from 6 countries to a single location. A location the public will learn about soon enough. The war you saw on television is ending. The war you were never shown is entering its final phase. The deals are signed. The gold has moved. The names are sealed. And Thursday, April 9, 2026, Newsmax reporting it's time to arrest Barack Obama, the 17th letter on Telegram. It should shake every single American in their shoes. I hate to say this, but President Barack Obama, there is now incontrovertible evidence that he was the spearhead of a seditious conspiracy to subvert the will of the American people and overthrow the United States government back in 2016. We must, absolutely must, hold every one of these criminals accountable for the crimes that they committed. They are the most heinous crimes committed in American history. James Comey, John Brennan, Clapper, Rice, Biden was in the meeting on July 28 in the Oval Office. They briefed Barack Obama on Hillary Clinton's plan to tie Trump to Russia collusion lies. It consumed our national discourse for 5 years. It undermined a sitting, duly elected president. It sabotaged administration. It framed a 3-star general. It destroyed and ripped this country apart. We had a constitutional crisis, the likes of which I don't think any American can fully comprehend. It is atrocious, and every single one of them must be held accountable. What we think we know, but don't want to understand, let alone admit. Wednesday, April 8, 2026, breaking, the biggest news of 2026, U.S. corporation dissolved, Trump takes command, restores America's sovereignty as maritime law collapses. The Zionist movement originated not from the Jewish faith, but was concocted by the Satan-worshipping Rothschild bankers. They manipulate the Jewish people to believe in a Zionist movement where Palestinians have no rights and thus create ongoing wars. The Rothschild called themselves Jews, but were loyal to Satan and do not believe in the faith. They were separate from the biblical Hebrews with a bloodline that traced back to the black nobility elites. Speaking of stupid government decisions, it makes no sense to me that Artemis is circling the moon when there's no proof we've been there, or could even go there in the first place. They say the radiation belt above the Earth prevents humans from going into outer space. So, what was Trump and Musk trying to prove now? Guru Nino agreed that Artemis was a psyop. He said on a recent podcast, with their nuclear card fumbled, the elites are fast-tracking the Artemis program psyop. Complete with staged unidentified aerial phenomenon and alien encounters designed to manipulate the masses. Patriots everywhere are laughing it off, recognizing it as pure fabrication and refusing to buy into the latest fear narrative. You could also consult on the moon situation with famous whistleblower Julian Assange. His WikiLeaks has released thousands of pages of proof that our first moon landing was actually filmed in the Nevada desert, paving the way for NASA to steal $25 billion a year so the deep state cabal could build their dumb tunnel system. Wednesday, April 8, 2026, boom. Jim Caviezel drops a nuclear truth bomb, global trafficking networks, adrenochrome abuse, cartel corruption, and elite cover-ups. A worldwide EBS, blackout, lockdown, martial law, mass arrests, GCR. Washington, D.C. was no longer a government entity, but has been designated as a military district since U.S. Incorporated has been dissolved and martial law was in effect, with President Donald J. Trump as Commander-in-Chief. President Trump was also head of the Global Military Alliance, and has given his go for a historic worldwide blackout, EBS and lockdown in order to arrest the corrupt deep state cabal. Very soon the emergency broadcast system will sound out worldwide. This EBS will take over all mainstream media. Every screen will be full of the truth about election fraud, crimes by Big Pharma, and elite pedophile rings. During a 48-hour worldwide blackout, Jazara payouts will begin while all media outlets worldwide will give way to EBS messages over cell phones and 8-hour documentary showings on TV, radio and internet in 22 languages of the corrupt deep state agenda to take over peoples of the world. The new Starlink satellite system will make sure that the broadcasts reach every part of the world. The historic 10 to 12-day global military operation will include designated lockdown periods. We will receive 7 trumpets aka EBS text messages on our phones alerting us to tune into our TV or radios. Our phones will only work for 911. A military encrypted signal app will be available. The internet and ATMs will not work during that time. After the 10 days of communication darkness, we will connect to a new quantum internet. People are urged to stock up on at least 3 weeks of food, cash and essentials. For years Trump's loyal soldiers have been getting ready by mapping out deep state underground tunnels and drug trafficking routes. White hat operators have already saved a lot of kids from these bad places. The deep state is in a panic because their empire is falling apart. Special forces will hit their targets, taking out corrupt billionaires and officials who are hiding in bunkers. Because of the changeover from fiat currency to the new gold/asset-backed global financial system, banks will be closed and ATMs won't work for a few days. Be ready with extra food, cash and essentials. Stockpiles of food and necessities were ready so that patriots won't have to go through any pain during this change. This operation will bring back real sovereignty. Under Nizar/Jazara, debts will be erased, borders will be protected, and the corrupt government will be destroyed. It's over for the Rothschild, Clintons, Gates, and their friends. It's the golden age. Stay on the line, patriots. We are winning the light in the battle. A new republic is born. Be possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the new global quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations with gold-backed currencies, ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump had ripped financial control of the world from the cabal, restoring the sovereign U.S. Treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax now ruled. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, banks were briefly dark as old debts were erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launched for We the People. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, admitted that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format worked with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This had an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. The White Hats executed the plan perfectly. Trump leading the alliance to victory as the Great Awakening exploded worldwide. This ties into the GCR that ignited Monday, April 6, 2026 with QFS operational in 209 nations, gold-backed currencies, ending fiat slavery. Trump ripped the Fed from cabal control, restoring sovereign treasury, no income tax, only tariffs and 14% sales tax. SCOTUS blocked. Trump slammed 15% global tariff via Section 122. Now live deep state melting fast. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, Nizar/Jazara announced Starlink EBS prepped for 10 days darkness, martial law locking down pedophile arrests worldwide. On Wednesday, April 8, 2026, MedBeds online healing frontlines and exposing horrors through scans. Freedom, health, abundance for all as justice serves the traitors and heals the faithful. This is the moment we fought for. The storm passes and paradise begins. Global currency reset Wednesday, April 8, 2026, revealed, the St. Germain Trust, the $1 trillion fund, the final blow to the elite's fiat empire. Monday, April 6, 2026, the final phase of the global currency reset has been activated. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong have entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Banks' screens are lighting up with rates, IQD, $9.35, Nizar/Jazara connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 7, 2026, Bruce the Big Call. Recording 667-770-1866, pin 123456 #, live 667-770-1865. By Monday, April 6, 2026, the global financial system was fully integrated, with individual accounts mirrored into the system, that were now live. One source reported that Tier 4B, US, the Internet Group, would be notified to set redemption appointments within the next 3 to 5 days, by Sunday. The other individual gave us a timeline of 11, 12, 13th of April, Sat. Sun, Moon 2026. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is controlled by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. E2s. April 8, 2026 imminent. You are watching the surface. I am watching the hand beneath it. For weeks the grid has been whispering the same pattern: banks pause, satellites recalibrate, tickers glitch, courts seal, anchors out sick. That's not noise. That is staging. The MAGA King on Telegram. What is coming? Worldwide blackout and rolling waves. Not every city at once. It will look random. It is not. Martial law overlay to keep streets quiet while the old rails are drained. Flight delays, cancelled pressers. Global currency reset that flips value from paper promises to asset weight. Freedom from cabal debt as legacy ledgers convert to zero or fulfilled. What you will see first: 1. Local power flickers followed by identical maintenance notices across unrelated providers. 2. News channels looping the same frame. No live panels. No calends. 3. Payment apps timing out at login, then reopening with a new terms screen. 4. Airport boards that show on time while terminals are held at the gate. 5. A short tone on radio and TV, then a quiet screen. Do not panic. That is the bridge. What IT means: the blackout is the curtain so the crew can change the set. Martial law is the lock so no one runs the old tricks. The arrests are the receipts that everything you suspected was not only real, it was systemic. The currency reset is the power cord finally plugged into the right outlet. Debt freedom is the first breath after years underwater. How to move through IT. Charge devices now. Screenshot critical info. Keep one device in airplane mode. Turn off auto updates after the first tone. You do not need a surprise patch mid-sequence. Cash on hand for 72 hours. Water, light, calm, do not chase rumors. Markers will be simple in public. Markers I will post: market feeds that return data void for more than 6 minutes, government portals that show 888.88 or 0000.00 in place of numbers, the first tribunal docket timestamp. You will know the names: QFS wallet props that pair to biometric identity without SSN, Jazara credits labeled reconciliation or fulfilled. After, when screens return, balances will not look like yesterday. Student debt and revolving credit show closed. Mortgage entries say fulfilled or reconciled. Pension values float to a gold index instead of dollar inflation. You will feel the room change before you understand why. Do not let fear write the story for you. The cabal sold you a lifetime lease on your own future. That contract is about to be void. Stay here. I will call the markers as they land. If this channel goes quiet, it means the broadcast grid has taken custody and the sequence is live. Hold your position. Breathe. Watch the quiet. Guru Information and Intel F. Wednesday, April 8, 2026 bombshell. Trump destroys globalist Iran nuke plans while cabal pushes desperate alien psyops and bio-attacks on patriots in 2026. Gitmo TV on Telegram. In a powerful discussion featured on Nino's Corner TV, Nino and the Ghost exposed the intense behind-the-scenes maneuvers defining the current global crisis in April 2026. President Trump has successfully wrapped up the Iran conflict by neutralizing the globalists' planned nuclear holocaust, removing a key weapon from the deep state's arsenal. The White Hats are firmly in control, leaving the cabal in disarray and rushing into their next series of deceptive operations. Evidence suggests Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken out or rendered incommunicado, as suspicious proof-of-life videos show clear glitches including distorted features and anomalous details. This shift paves the way for greater stability and the defeat of dark agendas in the region. With their nuclear card fumbled, the elites are fast-tracking the Artemis program PSYOP, complete with staged unidentified aerial phenomenon and alien encounters designed to manipulate the masses. Patriots everywhere are laughing it off, recognizing it as pure fabrication and refusing to buy into the latest fear narrative. Thankfully, White hat forces have thwarted a devastating stateside black swan false flag that could have caused widespread panic. Dangers from IRGC proxies, ISIS, and Chinese-backed elements remain, but the administration is countering effectively. Breakthroughs by Elon Musk in advanced chip technology ensure U.S. independence from Taiwan, blocking China's AI dominance ambitions and securing future defense capabilities. The D.C. shakeup sees Attorney General Bondi move to a new role as the plan advances into its endgame phase. Interim placements are preparing for Trump's ultimate Attorney General, setting the stage for major arrests that could begin with high-level figures like Brennan ahead of the 2026 midterms. The deep state is terrified, flooding the world with disinformation as their house of cards collapses. Alarming reports detail a new tuberculosis strain appearing in crucial swing states, aligning with elite discussions of an upcoming massive population reduction. Missing legacy nuclear devices from former Soviet stockpiles heighten the risk of dirty bomb false flags, but this administration will pursue those responsible with full force. The Princeton Noetics Project recorded extreme anomalies signaling an impending major event before going mysteriously offline, hinting that white hats may have again intervened at critical moments. With a National Day of Prayer scheduled for May 2026, the nation is called to unite in prayer and strength for the challenges ahead. The neocon era is over, and a new realignment of nations is unfolding, surprising many as truth prevails. Patriots, the storm is here and intensifying. Globalists are cornered, their satanic networks exposed from Vatican archives to elite banking families. Stay vigilant, stock up on essentials, discern the lies, and trust the plan. The Great Awakening is unstoppable, leading to full justice and a brighter future for humanity. Trump has repeatedly outmaneuvered them, and victory draws near in this final battle against evil. G. Israel would be last. Q. 2s. April 7, 2026. Israel is not America's ally. Israel is not America's ally. 2s. April 7, 2026. A dedicated truth investigator explained how Zionist forces, separate from biblical Hebrews, originated from ancient bloodlines tied to the Rothschild and black nobility elites. These entities have manipulated events for centuries to establish their one world order through engineered conflicts and Hegelian dialectics. Israel operates effectively as America's 51st state in this grand scheme, quantum connected on Telegram. 2s. April 7, 2026. Evidence suggests that Benjamin Netanyahu has been taken out or rendered incommunicado, as suspicious proof-of-life videos show clear glitches including distorted features and anomalous details. This shift paves the way for greater stability and the defeat of dark agendas in the region. On Monday, April 14, 2014, the Iqaluit court began its prosecution phase. 10 witnesses testified throughout the week. The witnesses were from Canada, the U.S., Argentina, Holland and the U.K. Thanks to Catholic pressure, the Ninth Circle affiliated strongly with Nazi cultic groups that had close ties with the Waffen-SS during the 1930s and 40s. Pope Ratzinger became the first pope to resign his position. He did so the same week of his Iqaluit court guilty verdict for crimes against humanity. Pope Ratzinger's and 29 other global leaders' guilty verdicts were handed down by 6 judges from different countries. Monday, April 14, 2014. U.S., Canadian politicians joined global leaders. Wednesday, April 8, 2026. Special Forces rescue kidnapped American children from Ecuador narco hellhole, Edward Snowden on Telegram. J. What we think we know as of Thursday, April 9, 2026. Wednesday, April 8, 2026. Glenn Beck quotes President Trump on NATO and nations getting their own oil. Wednesday, April 8, 2026. Iran may nuke site and underground missile cities. We may have just knocked out whatever Iran was secretly stockpiling. In 2013, John McCain was caught on CNN openly admitting the U.S. was in Kiev to orchestrate regime change in Ukraine, with Victoria Nuland overthrowing their elected president. They called it a peaceful transition while we now know it was billions in blood money for the CIA. Alex Jones. Wednesday, April 8, 2026. Chief Justice Roberts lived a week in Obama lawfare boss Norm Eisen's 150-room Czech palace. Eisen is the mastermind of the President Trump impeachments and endless lawfare. Roberts is compromised by the Obama swamp. SCOTUS is rigged. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Wednesday, April 8, 2026. JAG talks AI for speedier trials and verdicts. Wednesday, April 8, 2026. Saudi Crown Prince MBS drops a bombshell that Obama gave the Iranian regime $150 billion in sanctions relief and Iran didn't build a single street, home, or factory for its own people. Every dollar went to terrorists, missiles, drones, and other weapons aimed at Saudi Arabia, drones, and arming terror proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Iran even shelters senior al-Qaeda leaders, including Osama bin Laden's son. MBS calls it exactly what it was, an ideological project to spread chaos. Wednesday, April 8, 2026, Scoop. FBI file bombshell, $10 million Biden bribe exposed, national corruption scandal ignites, Congress must act. Impeach Joe Biden. Wednesday, April 8, 2026, top Intel operatives face Judgment Day, DOJ launches grand jury to crush Obama, Clinton and Russiagate traitors in history's biggest political coup case. President Trump has cut off all U.S. funding and weapons to Ukraine, halting over $350 billion in corrupt flows draining American taxpayers. Europe must pay its own way, exposing globalist puppets who profited from the chaos. Trump's global military alliance has arrested Barack Obama for high treason in a military tribunal. As an Illuminati puppet for the CCP and Israeli factions, Obama faces full accountability for pushing AI control grids to enslave humanity. The cabal aggressively deployed AI surveillance to dominate the world, tracking every movement and thought through social credit scores and digital IDs. Their New World Order vision hid total submission as progress, but Trump and the Q movement have fought this tyranny successfully. Human freedom defeats algorithmic control as the alliance wins decisively. The global currency reset surges with gold-backed currencies and the quantum financial system coming online soon. Trump dismantles the Federal Reserve, returning power to the U.S. Treasury under We the People. Nizar and Jazar activate rapidly with debt forgiveness, prosperity funds, and an end to fiat slavery. Operation seized Rothschild Rockefeller vaults, freezing assets while thousands of traders were sent to Gitmo in blackout. In a bombshell announcement that is igniting hope among patriots across the nation, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has unveiled a massive crackdown on the widespread fraud that stole hundreds of billions of dollars from American taxpayers. This bold initiative under President Trump's leadership is set to expose the corrupt networks and recover the stolen funds. The revelation comes as no surprise to those who have been following the truth movement and understanding the depths of the deep state's deception. Secretary Bessent has made it clear that the scale of the fraud is enormous, pointing to systemic failures deliberately created during the previous Biden administration to allow billions to flow into the wrong hands. Fraud protections were stripped away, opening the floodgates for fraudsters and high-level insiders to exploit emergency programs. The money disappeared into black holes of corruption, possibly funding shadowy operations against the American people. Now, the Trump administration is fighting back with a powerful incentive program offering up to 30% rewards for information leading to the recovery of these misappropriated funds. This empowers everyday citizens and whistleblowers to step forward and reclaim what was stolen. It is an all-hands-on-deck effort to protect taxpayer money and restore accountability after years of unchecked abuse. This money was brazenly stolen from hard-working Americans and must be returned. This crackdown signals that the free ride for criminals in the system is over. The administration is tracking down every dollar and bringing those responsible to justice. Patriots are encouraged to come forward with information, knowing they can be rewarded while striking a blow against the cabal. The hunt for the stolen billions is underway, and truth and justice will prevail. Expect major revelations in the coming weeks that will shake the corrupt establishment. President Trump and his team are draining the swamp, making America great again by holding the thieves accountable. Wednesday, April 8, 2026, military sources confirm a subterranean EMF-shielded rail system connecting D.C., L.A., Denver, Geneva, Rome, and Antarctica, WANO7 on Telegram. There were at least 1,400 of these DUMBS worldwide, 131 in the U.S. At least 2 underground bases were being built per year in the U.S. at the moment. The average depth of the bases were 4¼ miles underground, some shallower and some deeper. There were many of these bases worldwide, but here was small list: Dulce in New Mexico, Brecon Beacons in Wales, Los Alamos in Mexico, Pine Gap in Australia, the Snowy Mountains in Australia, the Nyala Range in Africa, west of Kindu in Africa. Next to the Libyan border in Egypt, Mount Blanc in Switzerland, Narvik in Scandinavia, Gotland Island in Sweden and many other places including California, which was said to have the most dumb tunnels in the U.S. Since at least the end of World War II, the extensive worldwide network of dumping have been financed, built and run by members of the Illuminati deep state cabal using U.S. taxpayer dollars funneled through a CIA black budget. Trump's global military alliance has been directing special forces from 22 nations to put an end to child trafficking in these dumb tunnels. Beginning in October 2019 and ongoing even today, the alliance has held coordinated raids on the massive network of tunnels and bioweapon labs across the world to rescue child victims. A secret U.S. military operation trained for over a year on how to rescue what became millions of horrifically abused children from the extensive network of underground dumb tunnels that ran across the U.S., Canada, Mexico, South America and then across the world. The first operation centered beneath major cities in New York, California, Florida, Washington, D.C. and Disney World in Florida. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing.
Hello everyone, it's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So if you've been watching my show, and the question is, why is the Iran ceasefire deteriorating? You know that I've been talking about this for a long time. The only way these savages can be defeated is to go in and make sure they're all gone, all right? So there will have to be boots on the ground. They will have to be removed, all right? As long as they're there, they're going to be, because savages do what savages do, all right? So, and we used to call them this, right? And not all of the Middle Easterners, of course, but the ones that were savages. So what is a savage? It's an adjective, not domesticated or cultivated, wild, not civilized, barbaric, very, very fitting, vicious or merciless, brutal. So why did Trump not do the strike yesterday? Well, because they were saying that they were going to surround the targets with human shields, right? So Trump had to find some kind of excuse not to do that, blow up innocent people. So he was like, oh, we've made a deal with them, all right? Last minute, they decided they were going to do this. And maybe there was something to that. I believe there probably was. And because they're savages. And they want to make you believe whatever you want to believe so they can get a little bit of an edge. And they feel that if they can get a little bit of an edge, they can kill more people, right? Because they're savages, right? And savages are not just in Iran. They're also in Beirut. They're also in Lebanon, in Palestine, in Iraq, right? Where I spent a lot of time in Iraq, and there were Iranian-backed savages there. Soleimani was the general, and he was killed by Trump in Iraq, right? So Iraq fomented, after we went in and liberated Iraq from Saddam Hussein, the Iranians started a civil war, right? And with help of the deep state, of course, because Iran is basically deep state. Now, one of the things that President Trump said was that, 47 years of, vicious control and so forth is going to come to an end. He was talking about last night, 8 o'clock Eastern time, but which is 8 o'clock Eastern time now. Did they start bombing Iran now? So the next day, no, we're not going to bomb them because they're we made a deal and they're opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Well, they shut it down. So if that's the case, that we're not going to bomb them because they opened the Strait of Hormuz or then the bombing should start, right? And perhaps the bombing will start later, right? Because it was better to wait another day to catch them off guard, or 2 days, or 3 days. The weekend always seems to be a good time to do this so that the markets can, not get hammered, right? because people have a lot of money in the market. Right? So and the market goes down, people get a little antsy. So that's not what we want. So we'll probably see the strikes happen at some point, guys. Like I told you, you're dealing with savages, right? They're not going to deal, right? And the only way they deal is because they feel that there's an edge, and they're going to keep their strikes up. The only way to take out savages is to physically take them out, right? And that's the same around the world, whether it's in the U.S. Hello, right? So let's look at some savages now. I have talked about how, a lot of places in the Middle East, they have disregarded the feminine aspect, which is definitely going on in Iran. But the savages have savage women, and savage women make things even more savage, right? So let's look at some savage women that have come to America, right? And we have from the Middle East and from other areas, savage women that are doing savage things that need to be deported, right? Along with the savage men that are with them, right? It's very simple. It's very simple. And of course, again, I'm not talking about everyone that's Middle Eastern, right? So let's look at some savage women, all right, that have been picked up, I guess, by ICE and are getting ready to be deported.
Commander who was killed during President Trump's first term are now in federal custody.
So this is the wife, I guess, and the daughter of Soleimani, or maybe it's his daughter and the daughter's daughter. I'm not quite sure, but savage women, man. You're going to find out.
Facing possible deportation. This after Secretary of State Marco Rubio revoked their green cards. The niece of the late General Soleimani is known as a regime apologist who promoted the IRGC, even while she and her daughter lived a very luxurious Western lifestyle. Joining us now.
All right, so here you see they're scantily clothed, and they have like a TikTok, they're TikTok performers or whatever. So they have a TikTok, channel, and they get a lot of views. Now, they're from the IRGC, of course, grandniece of General Soleimani, who was killing Americans, right? That's why we killed him. He was a savage. So here are savage women from a savage man, all right? So when you see people like this, you're not going to have sympathy for them, because what are they doing? They're coming to America scantily clad, and showing themselves everywhere. If a hair gets out from under a burqa in Iran, and they have done this, and these women are from that group that does that, and they're being paid to live here in America. They're getting money.
Sheila Nazarian, she fled Iran as a child. She's now a plastic surgeon. She joins us now. And Sheila, as we were saying, this is pretty stressful times. I want to read to you this headline from an Arab news article saying that the U.S. arrest of slain IRGC commander's kin lays bare scandalous double standards as Iran continues crackdown on women's freedoms. Images of the two women living lavishly in LA spark anger online. Have you heard the same?
Absolutely, Dana. These women are posting in bikinis on yachts. They are wearing V-neck dresses down to their belly buttons. They are wannabe Instagram influencers, all on the blood money that was embezzled, stolen from the Iranian people. And there's thousands of them, Dana, not just two. There's thousands in the US and Canada and in London. And they are such hypocrites. You can show a few strands of hair in Iran, get 74 lashes. I've seen women kicked to the ground, kicked in their heads while on the ground for violating the hijab policy, much less these women showing, like, if you look at their Instagram, it's infuriating. They're on yachts, they're on helicopters, they're shopping on Rodeo Drive, half naked. And it's almost like, rules for thee, but not for me in full display.
Sheila, the Department of Homeland Security said this about her, that her trips to Iran illustrate her asylum claims were fraudulent. If we have reason to believe a green card holder poses a threat to the U.S., the green card will be revoked. It's interesting that she would try to claim asylum.
All right. So to add to this, she has said that America is the devil, right? And that we should be destroyed. Yet here she comes over and over again. She goes back to Iran, gets her, money dump or whatever, and then comes back to America, lives in LA, where it's like everybody that hates America lives in LA, it seems like, right? So not everybody in LA, of course, but a lot of people that go to LA hate America. It's like come to LA, you can hate America, and we'll make you a movie star, right? So this is what's going on. These savages, because they were saying they needed asylum, so they're working our laws, and if they get found under the Trump administration, they're going to get deported. So they are against America, openly against America, and they're going to go. They're going to go back to Iran. And I don't know. It seems like at some point, Iran is going to go back to the people, right? Because these savages that are running Iran, I'm telling you, they're going to be removed, right? And when the people come back, and these little savage girls, ladies are still there, oh, buddy, it's not going to be good.
We see that all the time, unfortunately, Dana, not just with these Iranian, elites' daughters, but we see it in the Somali community as well. My family claimed asylum and came here in 1986, and we have never returned, because if we do, while you see these Iranians or these Somalis vacation in the country that they're claiming asylum from. That is not a real asylum claim. If they were really afraid for their lives, they would not be vacationing in their home countries.
We just had Brett Baer on, and he had spoken to President Trump just a few moments ago. And it looks like this 8 p.m. deadline, it's a very serious one. And I'm wondering if you could give us some perspective about how you and your family are thinking about this moment.
Yeah, and I want to, address the 2 French prisoners that were released. Perhaps that wasn't a good faith thing. Perhaps that was because France denied Israeli airspace to transport U.S. weapons, and that was the deal they made with Iran. Dana, there is no good faith negotiations with this regime. This regime has shown for 47 years that they use negotiations as a stall tactic, as a delay tactic.
All right, so we've been dealing with this. And we can say it's the very negative Iranian regime. But is it really? Yes, on one level it is, but on another level, it's also the city of London. All right. So the city of London has puppeted these people into those positions of power, guys. Right. You can look back in history. It was MI6 that deposed the prime minister of Iran, and then the Shah came in. They supported him, and then they supported the Khomeini, and they had a little revolution. Now we're talking about these people, these savage people that come here from Iran. Now the 444 days we had hostages in Iran, and there was like this one woman, they called her Screaming Mary. So Screaming Mary, later, she was one of the revolutionary students that was, part of, taking over our embassy, and on a daily basis in the press, she would be screaming, saying that if she was allowed, she would, her son is, because remember, she was corrupted in the universities in Iran. Her son is living, I think, in LA. I don't know, maybe he's living in America somewhere. And he's a professor. He needs to go. So he's teaching our children, all right, our students in university to hate. And that's probably why, you know, they're all living in LA, guys. You know, it's Democrat hellhole, Democrat hellhole, right? So we're starting to see this now. You know, I've had guests on. Sheila Holm has talked about this. She talked about how there was a lot of Iranians that came, you know, after, you know, the Shah fell during the time frame, and they came to San Diego, but they took over like housing that was supposed to be for underprivileged people. They took it over. So this is not something new. This has been ongoing for a long time. Now it's getting exposed. All of the fraud that has been accumulating in America over time is being exposed. Maybe we'll have Sheila come back on and talk a little bit more in depth about this, but this is something that she's mentioned before in the past, right? So it is yeah, minions of the Crown Corp. Yep, absolutely. And as POTUS says, shitholes. Right. So that's right, Sully. So these are shitholes in America, right? And they're very similar to the shitholes that are in the Middle East because they have the same mindset, guys. It's very, very, very frustrating for someone that's seen this overseas. And now I see the enemy within, right? See the enemy within. So Canada, same thing. Come to Canada. No, don't go to Canada. No. Somebody's joking there, I hope. It's because Canada is worse than America and almost as bad, if not worse, in some places than the Middle East. All right. So now I've said that I believe that there is a moon. All right. I have memories, secret space program, and all kind of crazy stuff. So I have memories of being inside that object. That's the moon. It has a outer core that has lots of moon craters on it. It's not a real thing. It was manufactured, and inside it's hollow, and there's other civilizations in there. We have reached evidently a level where they're allowing us to see the dark side of the moon now, right? So the Artemis 2 that went around the moon, fantastic pictures are coming through. I told everybody, I said, I know a lot of you guys are doubters about the moon landings and so forth. I think that was disinformation recently that came out that said that it was all staged. I think they did have some staged events in case, you know, there were some problems where maybe the astronauts got into some problems, whatever, right? So a lot of people, you know, made comments about this over the years. Maybe some of them weren't real, some of them were. I don't know, but I have complete faith there is a moon, and we just flew around it, and we just had some really good pictures that came back from it. So I know a lot of people make comments. You know, they have a strong belief in one area, so that it's not. I'm open-minded, guys. I just look at everything, but I believe, you know, that it is real, right? So we'll find out. All right, so let's look at some of these pictures.
Here we see the moon as taken from the Orion spacecraft on its approach to the lunar flyby. This is a first quarter moon, and sunlight is coming in from the right side. Also, to the bottom right edge of the moon, we can see the Oriental Basin with this large black patch of ancient lava in its center. This Oriental Basin is a 600-mile wide impact crater ringed by mountains. So this is a big impact that the moon once had. Now we see the resultant feature of that. And here is a gorgeous photo of the moon and of the Earth from later in the lunar flyby mission. We see the waxing crescent moon clearly visible, and then to the right, just about to set below the horizon, a tiny crescent Earth. Just wonderful. And here is another incredible image of the moon taken by the Artemis 2 crew. And we really see that 600-mile wide impact crater Oriental Basin right there, roughly in the center of the moon to the south.
All right. So in some of these shots, you're seeing some stars. In some of them, you're not. Now, the reason why in some of them you're not is because if you go outside, if I went outside right now and looked up and didn't see any stars, that's because there's a lot of light out there, right? Now, when that sun goes down, I'll be able to see the stars. So on the dark side of the moon, they're able to see some of the stars, but still there's a lot of light coming from the sun.
And here we can even see the different rings of the Oriental Basin, one of the moon's youngest and best preserved large impact craters. It is a quite dominant feature. You also see the other numerous impact craters littered across the surface. Again, because the moon effectively has no atmosphere, there's no wind or any sort of atmospheric phenomenon to disturb the features and to erode them over time. The only thing that would do that would be moonquakes. And the moon doesn't have moonquakes all that often. So we really see that the moon had a very dynamic past, and it's still dynamic to this day. There are some reports that the astronauts actually saw some impact flashes during their lunar flyby. And here we see an incredibly detailed image of the surface of the moon showing all the different impact events, the different sizes, ages, and more. And of course, you see the Earth there setting below the horizon of the moon.
So the surface of the moon is basically... it is made from like rock, and it's manufactured. It can be, created and, made round like it is that you see right there, round, not flat. Right. So as you're seeing in this picture, right, you're looking at the Earth. It looks round, doesn't it? Right. There's more to the Earth. We'll probably find that out. There's probably more to the flat and the round and the, different atmospheres and so forth. But here you see craters on the pretty much lifeless, created. I'm not going to say it's human created, but it was created by beings. And it's basically a satellite that was put into Earth's orbit to keep the Earth from losing its oceans and so forth. This happened during a solar, not a solar, but our solar system. There was a war in our solar system. We have kind of like what we've seen in Star Wars, where a planet killer came in and blasted one of our planets, and that's why we have the asteroid belt. So we got hit as well, and the moon was moved in to basically make sure that we didn't lose all of our atmosphere. Right. So those are my thoughts on it, and agree with it or not, just be observant. Some of these things will play out, I think, in the future.
So this is an Earth set, something that you would probably see should you spend any length of time on the moon traversing across the surface. So maybe in 50 years when there's space tourism, this is a site that you could see yourselves. And one thing to note here is that you see the Earth, you see the moon, you don't see any stars. Well, why is that? Let's explain. Let's discuss why we're not seeing any stars in some of these photos. There should be stars in space, and of course there are. Why aren't we seeing them? This is a question that people have asked going,
all right, so a lot of people have jumped on this already and said, see, blah, blah, blah. All right, so now it's going to get explained.
All the way back to the Apollo missions, there's still a lot of debate, you could say, around this, but it's a pretty simple explanation. So here we see a photo of the moon and of space. We see that the exposure time on this is only 1/1000th of a second, so 1 millisecond. So the camera opened up its shutter and exposed the sensor to light from its environment for 1 millisecond. Well, in space, there is a lot of light if you're near a star. For example, Earth's orbit, where we are, we receive 1,362 watts per square meter of total solar irradiance. This is all the wavelengths, all the frequencies of light being emitted by the sun. And while the moon is right in Earth's orbit, so it's receiving effectively the same amount all the time, just like we are. The majority of light from the sun, the light output, photonic output, photons, quanta of light, is ultraviolet, optical, and infrared. Optical is what we see. So there's a lot of visible light in our space environment. On Earth, we, of course, have daylight, which is when that visible light is hitting the planet. You also have the dark side of the Earth, where it's nighttime. There's always half the Earth in darkness. So that is where there's no light from the sun coming in, unless it's being reflected by the moon, or Venus or Jupiter or whatever. And so during a full moon, you will get quite a lot of light because it is reflecting that solar light back to the dark side of the Earth. But if it's a new moon where the sun and the moon are basically close together in the sky, you're just having darkness. So now that the light level from the sun is greatly reduced, because light photons move in exact straight lines, they don't bend or anything, right? Then you get darkness and you can see the stars. Of course, you're not seeing the stars during the day. Have you ever gone out and looked up and seen stars in the day sky? No. Now, of course, we have an atmosphere, but
you still see stars in outer space?
again, this is daylight conditions that they are operating under.
I wonder, do you still see stars in outer space?
Yeah, I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed? We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars. Just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars. We look outside and we see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars. And if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that. We'll take a picture.
All right. So there you go. There's lots to learn, guys. Soon, many of us are going to be out in space. Tourism space is coming. Not for you guys that are negative, though. You guys stay on Earth. And go ahead and make yourselves known now because we're going to put you last on the list, right? No, I'm kidding. Whatever. Maybe your guys are going to be the first, or you can come back and say I was stupid and wrong, right? So whatever. All right, so let's talk more about disturbing news because you guys know that I believe that the deep state is pushing us into another lockdown, and this one is an energy lockdown. It's already starting to manifest in a lot of places. I talked about it several days ago on a video, had lots of views. So you guys you want to know, right? And I'm telling you, you want to know because if we expose these bastardos, they can't get over on us, right? So we have to do that early because we were late to the game, unfortunately. I was watching it and it was really before I had a big presence on YouTube, and then I was like, I saw it, and then I started. I got to talk about this every single day. So we weren't that ahead of it. Now we've been ahead of a lot of things, like we dimed it out very early. This is something that needs to get exposed. Now, even though we are exposing it, they can still push us into this, and I think it's almost every country but the United States is pushing this, guys. It's every country. They know what they're going to do, and they've been planning this, and they've been progressively pushing us in this direction for quite some time. All right, the trumpet. Thanks for that. Thanks for that super chat. Nice, thank you. All right, so we're pushing into this lockdown, guys. It's already starting to manifest in some areas. Now listen to this one woman, Survival Lily from Germany. She's always been on this. She's front line on when these guys start to play their games, and she picks up on it really quick. Now watch what she says about Germany.
Germany. So now if you are a German citizen, if you are a male between 17 and 45 years old, and you want to leave Germany for more than 3 months, you need a special permission to do so.
So imagine that you're going to leave, you name the country, because a lot of, I know people from all over the world watch this, but I'll just use America. Imagine you're going to leave America, and you're going to leave America for more than 3 months, and you're between 17 and 45 years old. That's the age of military, the military age, right? So if you're going to leave more than 3 months, they want to know. And it sounds like they're going to restrict that. What do they got planned, right? So we know they've been pushing, all of those European countries have been talking about getting ready for war with Russia, guys, right?
Persons who have reached the age of 17 must obtain permission from the responsible career center of the German Armed Forces if they wish to leave the Federal Republic of Germany for more than 3 months. Previously, this regulation only applied in crisis situations, meaning an increased external threat or an actual armed attack on the Federal Republic. So this is really concerning to hear. If I was a young German male, I would definitely think about leaving the country, because if laws are changed to a situation where you cannot leave anymore, then I'm really asking myself, what are they planning for Germany, right? So I'm not surprised that.
All right. So you have to stay big picture, guys. You can't just be in your own little world, in your own little town. You have to look at what's going on in the world, because that's going to give you an idea what might be coming for you in your country or the U.S., wherever, right? Because I've talked about what they get away with in Australia, and they're starting to get away with locking down Australia already, guys. And food is starting to run out and so forth. They could bring that here to America very, very quickly, right? That's their plan. So we have to be very much aware of what these guys are doing. You know, I've been teaching you guys for 6 years now how to watch these signs. If by chance I get locked out of, YouTube again, it's something you have to be aware of on your own. And even Rumble, there's stuff that I had on Rumble that has now been taken down. Even Rumble took down some stuff. So just be heads up. Something could very well be coming, and you never know, right? So things are going to heat up in the Middle East. They're already heating up, right? Trump came out with the ceasefire, and like I've been saying, I've been saying it for all this time, if they do a ceasefire, or agree to a ceasefire, it's so they can get themselves better positioned, right? Same thing with Ukraine, the Nazis in Ukraine, the Nazis in Iran. If they ask for a ceasefire, it's so they can better position themselves, get more ammo, get better positions, dig in deeper, move supplies around, so forth. This is what Iran absolutely did with this ceasefire. Now, you might be thinking, well, how can Trump be so easily fooled? Don't think that we're not doing something too, guys. Right? We're not, getting better targeting, getting more supplies of ourselves, moving people in a position that could do the ground invasion, which is coming, and so forth. So just be, very, flexible in your thinking. Don't get stuck on, we have a ceasefire. Things are good. Look, Trump did it. He's a peacemaker. He's a peace dealer. You're dealing with savages. There's no peace with savages, guys. They have to be moved or eliminated, right? All right, so let's go a little bit deeper into this. It's already happening. It's been happening since the ceasefire. Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain report attacks after Iran-U.S. truce, right? So I'm going to show you guys some videos in a little bit, but let's go ahead and look at this article real quick it'll start us down the road. It didn't last long. Several strikes reported across the Gulf region hours after the U.S. and Iran announced a ceasefire for 2 weeks. All right, several Gulf nations have reported missile and drone attacks on their territories. Now, I've heard a lot of the little people that just want they can't believe they can't believe there's war, right? And I'm not saying that I think we're coming to the end of war. Remember, and some of you are like, "Oh, you don't know what you're talking about." Well, what happened during the lockdowns, right? Basically, we don't need to do war because we got these people, these dumbasses, completely on what we want them. The only way we usually get them to do anything is to take them to war. Take us to war. You got a lot. Try it again. And that everybody needs. And you do, and girl, oil and even in Germany, if you go deeper into Survival Lily's video that I was showing you guys, she talks about how they went in and they have like a coal mine, a large coal mine that could produce enough coal for all of Germany for 2 or 3 years, just one coal mine. Guess what they did? They're flooding it. They're flooding it. So we know what they're doing, right? Remember the gas pipeline that came across from Russia that the Europeans and the U.S. blew up? That was back during Biden's time, of course. They blew it up and blamed it on like a Polish commercial diver, yeah, whatever. So that was part of this longer term plan, guys, to put everybody in this position where it's easy once the Strait of Hormuz is shut down to cause this lockdown that's coming. It's coming. It's a tsunami that's on the way. It's coming, right? So, and this is another reason why, because we're dealing with savages, and you guys in your European capitals have savages running the show. UAE's defense ministry said in a statement that the sounds of explosions heard in different areas across the country were caused by air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and unmanned aerial vehicles. The air defenses are currently dealing with missiles and drones coming from Iran, the ministry said. So operations in Abu Dhabi gas complex were also temporarily suspended after a fire broke out due to falling debris. And Kuwait also said its air defenses were intercepting a wave of Iranian drones. Kuwait's defense ministry, same thing, air defense responded intense hostile Iranian attacks. Does this sound like someone that's in a ceasefire? Kuwaiti armed forces, it sounds like somebody's taking advantage of it. Kuwaiti armed forces intercepted a large number of drones, because that's what savages do, remember, right? Some of which targeted vital oil installations and power stations in the south of the country. Several material damage, severe material damage in Kuwait's Interior Ministry. Bahrain's ministry also reported alleged Iranian attacks, which injured 2 people. 2 citizens sustained minor injuries, houses blown up. Explosions were heard in Bahrain's capital, Manama. And in the morning, AFP News said its journalists saw smoke rising from Sitra Island, which hosts Bahrain's principal energy facilities. So they're hitting energy and they're hitting water desalination plants. So now a lot of the Democrat idiots are screaming that Trump is going to go in and bomb their. It's like it's not right. It's against the Geneva Convention. Blah blah blah. Right. So yes, we're not targeting stuff for the people if we can help it. But now we're getting to the point where we have to destroy their energy infrastructure, because that's what they use to run these, drones and so forth, and keep these facilities going so they can attack the Middle East, our partners in the Middle East. All right, Gulf countries have faced repeated drone and missile barrages from Iran over recent weeks. So it's not anything new. Nothing's changed. These savages are going to continue to do what savages do, and that's kill others, right? And do very savage things and promote others to do savagery, just like those two knuckleheads, nieces of the Soleimani monster, roadside bombings and so forth. So now let's look at Beirut, because Israel said, no, we're not going to bomb Iran, but we're going to go after Iran's little puppets, especially the ones in Beirut, which are, shooting missiles at us. So that's what they're doing. They've gone in and they started hammering Beirut. And here's some of the pictures that are coming from it right now. So in Beirut, I think there's 187 people that have been killed. So the Israelis are really hammering Hezbollah. And Hezbollah has really dug in throughout all of Lebanon. So even the capital, Lebanon now, central Lebanon, is being targeted. Here's Lebanese army soldiers. So Lebanon is really funky place. They have Christians and Muslims, especially the radical ones like we're seeing, don't get along, right? I know there was one time I walked by one of their neighborhoods on a mission that we're running, and the guy that was in that city that looked like some kind of third world hellhole, right next to beautiful Beirut, the Christian side, was yelling and screaming at me like he wanted. Good thing I got a gun, but this is savagery, right? Savages, unfortunately, guys, because they're going to bring savagery to you unless you bring. So I trained and I fought and I went overseas for 35 years. So those pictures would not come to America, but I think they might. In fact, I think they will, right? Unfortunately, because we have those savages here in America now. Biden let them in. And, well, they've been coming in for a long time. All right, so let's look at Iran bombed Saudi Arabia's oil, and aircraft's been shot down, all kind of crazy stuff. So, and it looks like UAE, United Arab Emirates, has gone in and bombed Iran. It's like, all right, we're in this war. If America's backing off, we're taking it to you. All right, so they went and bombed Iran because they got bombed. Hello, right? So the savagery comes to them. They're like, that's enough of this shit. We're going to take it to you guys too, right? So it's getting heated. It's starting to go to the next level, and this is part of the reveal that has to happen, guys.
Morning. We have news that Saudi Arabia's vital east-west oil pipeline carrying crude from the Gulf to the Red Sea for export has been attacked. Details are now indicating that it was hit with an Iranian drone, the Shahi drone. We believe it was a drone strike destroying part of the oil pipeline. Saudi Arabia's entire economy is linked to the oil industry. That's how they make money. That's how they enrich themselves. Iran now blowing up a critical oil pipeline or part of the pipeline. It is a massive pipeline. They were likely blowing up one of the terminals, I would assume, at the loading and offloading points. But huge news. We're supposed to have a ceasefire. There's not supposed to. The U.S. hasn't dropped a single bomb since the ceasefire was announced. Yet we've got Iran is unloading, firing all over the place, blowing up critical infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. We've got Israel unloading as well. So we have all sides. Everyone's fighting still except the United States of America. I want to make that clear. We're the only ones who've taken a step back. We're the only ones who.
Well, not completely, because he revealed another one just shortly. Remember, I told you guys that when I was in Iraq, the Iranians were causing lots of problems all over the Middle East where you have savagery. It's from Iran, right? So we went in, United States, because we're still there in Iraq, and we blew the hell out of, there's an Iranian general that was in Iraq, and as you're going to see after this little clip, they went in and blasted the hell out of these terrorists that are getting ready to, foment devastation probably in Iraq, like they did in the past from Iran. So it's on. It's game on almost everywhere now, and they have to be savages are going to savage until they get eliminated, guys.
Honoring the ceasefire, everyone else is cut and loose still. And on that point, the Kuwaitis, I'm going to put this on the screen right here. This is from an official Kuwaiti news outlet announcing their 3 power stations, so their energy infrastructure, and a water desalination plant has been attacked. So they are hitting water desalination and energy infrastructure in Kuwait, bombing whatever they can see, whatever they can hit. Again, this is today, April 8th. The ceasefire was announced on the night of April 6th.
All right. So again, remember, this has been the argument of the liberal idiots that say that Trump is going to bomb their desalination plants. Well, Trump has not done that, but they are doing it. Because savages are going to savage until they're savaged out, right? And that doesn't mean to get tired of it. It's because they're no longer alive.
Yesterday, and the attacks are not stopping. And now they are hitting bigger and bigger targets. So this situation is on the verge of, quite frankly, getting worse than what it was. And the IRGC, who's now running the country of Iran, the most radical people in the country are running it. That's where we're at as of the ceasefire. Says it shot down an Israeli spy drone, a Hermes 900 over Fars province. The IRGC saying any U.S. or Israeli aircraft entering Iranian airspace, even without conducting operations, will be treated as a ceasefire violation. So Israel sent a drone into Iran. Iran blasted it out of the sky. Drones are way easier to shoot down than fighter jets due to the fact they fly low, they fly slow. Anyone with a man-pad or even a machine gun can bring one down. So an Israeli aircraft, an Israeli drone has been shot down at this hour. So according to the IRGC, and they shot down, to be fair, the United States has admitted, I believe they shot down at least 13 of our drones. We don't know how many Israeli drones they shot down. But again, all signs point to this situation heating up. All right. And then right here, it says Iran has told vessels, Strait of Hormuz update. Iran has told vessels attempting to transit the Strait of Hormuz that it is still closed, and any ship that attempts to transit will be targeted and destroyed, according to Reuters. Now, what is causing them to say they're going to do that? Iran is saying that as long as Israel continues its attacks on Lebanon, the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed. The entire point of the ceasefire was to get the Strait of Hormuz open. That was
all right. So the Strait of Hormuz is not open, guys. All right. They've closed it back down. I think they'll let a couple ships through, and just to show, hey, we're doing it to basically have a show so that they could do what savages do, right? So this is where we're at. So at some point, we're going to unleash all hell on these savages, guys. All hell. And send them back to the Stone Age, like President Trump talked about. So it's going to be at the timing and at the correct timing of the U.S. military. Now, CENTCOM, who's running this show, and the entire military, if you look at the entire military, only 10% of the U.S. military is going after these savages, right? These deep state savages. So the U.S. military that was built and used by the deep state for a long time is now turning against its creator, right? And so we've only used 10% of our military to basically kill the savages, right? Now, I don't know what's going to happen to the city of London, but somehow that place has to be bleeded. It has to be bled because they're bleeding, pedophile and adrenochromine right now, probably. So at some point, that bloodletting has to happen there. And I don't know how that's going to happen, but it's going to happen.
Supposed to be the big win. Of course, the Strait of Hormuz was open before the war started. So getting something that we already had before the war started isn't really a win of any kind whatsoever. But now, literally a half a day later, simply one night later, the Strait of Hormuz, the Iranians are saying, will be closed until the bombing attacks in Israel are over. Now, I want to put this up on, the bombing attacks by Israel in Lebanon are over. Now, we know that an Iranian oil facility was also blown up this morning, again, after the ceasefire was announced.
So there you go. That's a UAE Air Force Mirage 2009 fighter, which bombed the Iranian refinery plant in the island of Levan after the announced ceasefire. So they didn't start it. Iran started it, and then UAE struck back. Was this planned that the U.S. would step back so that it would give a reasoning and excuse for some of the other Middle Eastern targeted countries to start their own strikes and get in on the game? Very well could be. So very interesting how this is starting to move in a little bit more of an escalation to really take out Iran. All right, one more from David Hookstead. Does a great job. I check his information out. He's always posting.
This is footage of an attack, a large-scale attack that took place on Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. You can hear a variety of different weapons. You can hear gunfire on the ground, explosions. Looks like there's a rocket in the air. Heavy gunfire on the ground, likely trying to shoot at U.S. drones or U.S. helicopters. It's just wave after wave. I should just do it here. So that is footage of Iranian-backed militias getting absolutely crushed by the United States of America as this war continues.
All right, guys. So 23 years ago, 2003 was when I was going into Iraq. Ambassador Bremer, protective detail, and these savages, we were fighting them all the time, right? And we were just barely escaping with our lives in some of these places. So mortared, I've talked about, my Archangel Michael experience during this time frame came from Iran. So we're still seeing 23 years later, this bullshit in Iraq from Iran. So how does it stop? The savages have to be completely eliminated, right?
Or I should say, as we're in the ceasefire, now we're hitting targets in Iraq instead of Iran. So a lot of fluid things. This is more footage of the headquarters of the Popular Mobilization Forces. You can see a massive smoke cloud where their headquarters are, indicating that some kind of bomb was dropped on it. And then right here, more footage. This is over Baghdad. That's an American F-15 Strike Eagle in the air, scoping out the Iranian targets. You see it right there. Here you have helicopters, Black Hawk helicopters deploying flares. So what those little lights you see coming out, that is them deploying flares to avoid the Iranian-backed militias on the ground from shooting them down with heat-seeking weapons. Then right here, you can see more aircraft, helicopters coming in. You can't tell if that's a Black Hawk or an Apache gunship. Might be one of each. So we've got more helicopters in the air. And then right here, you see more U.S. aircraft on the move as they are looking for the Iranian-backed militia. So the ceasefire says we're not going to attack Iran. We have not attacked inside of Iran since the ceasefire happened. Israel has attacked Iran. It is believed an unknown other country bombed their oil facilities. There's been some speculation the UAE did it, but no country is taking credit for blowing up the Iranian oil facility. Iran obviously firing at a variety of targets in the region, at the explosions on the ground in Iraq as the attacks unfolded. So we got a lot of things going on. And
all right. So we're basically, again, it's only 10%. This is not deep state activity military, which I can tell you would make this go on for on and on and on and on. This is basically coming in and finally going after the heart of this beast, the heart of this savage monster, right? So this is going to be eliminated. But its octopus arms have to be eliminated as well, right? So we've been fighting, the United States, and used to be some NATO countries, but not now. So I say we pull out of all the NATO, or at least pull out of those places where they won't let us utilize our bases. All right. So there's I think Spain, Italy, maybe France. As you heard, France made a deal to free 2 of its captive soldiers or whatever that were there. Probably some I don't know, Foreign Legion guys. So they basically promised that they wouldn't let America use its bases. So all those countries that have done that, we should pull completely out of those countries tomorrow. Tomorrow, right? Make an example. We don't have to pull out of all of NATO, just the ones that have been extreme assholes like France, Italy, and Spain, right? And maybe there's another one out there that I'm not aware of, but if they've gone full asshole, pull all our troops out, because we're basically paying to protect them, right? We're paying to protect them. You and I, we are paying to protect these asshole countries. Bullshit, right? Call your congressman and say, get the hell out of those countries that are not allowing us to go after these savages that are in Iran, so we can stop all this bullshit. So Iran shutters Strait of Hormuz again after accusing Israel, like you heard from one gentleman, because of Hezbollah. The president said, according to Landers, they were not included in the deal. This is president talking to Liz Landers, right? Donald Trump. When questioned about the Lebanon ceasefire status, because I guess Iran, part of their deal was you're going to not going to take out some of our octopus arms, right? And Trump is like, bullshit, right? And obviously Israel, who is our ally, and taking down the deep state little octopus, is helping us do that. So Landers then reportedly asked Trump whether he was okay with Israel continuing their strikes, to which the president said that it was part of the deal, before hanging up after being asked about his threat against Iran civilization. So, wise ass, deep state, corrupt media, trying to put President Trump in a situation. And he's just like, I'm out. Trump did tell the New York Post that in-person talks with Iran would happen very soon, though he did not offer a specific time, and said that Vice President J.D. Vance might not attend due to security concerns. Right. So Lebanon criticized, of course they would, Israel's attack on X, calling the strikes barbaric. Right. Of course, they're savages, calling, their savagery being taken down as barbaric. Right. So this is what they do. And then the, liberal deep state press will pick that up and go, look, they're so barbaric. And stating that it proved Israel demonstrated their contempt for all international laws and norms. So it's okay for the Iran-backed terrorist to shoot missiles, which started this, into Israel. But Israel can't come and do the same thing and take out where all these missiles are located. That's against all international laws and norms, right? No. Shut up. Right. So, yeah, you can have opinion, but if your opinion's stupid, we're going to call it stupid, right? So it's a stupid opinion. Anyway, we have to be very careful with this, guys, with these some influencers that are out there that are exposing themselves, right? I call them MAGA infiltrators, right? Infiltrators that have been playing us for quite some time. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Now, let's look at marine traffic in that area, just so we can see, well, maybe there's ships moving. Maybe this is all, disinformation. Well, if we, kind of zoom in on the Strait of Hormuz, looks to me like there's no ships going around the strait right there, right? There's a lot of ships that are still waiting to go. Now, this is basically, let's take some of these shipyards and ports out. These are all vessels that are out here, all right? There's a lot more. This is just showing a few. There's marinetraffic.org. You can go into these and you'll see thousands of ships on either side of the Strait of Hormuz and nothing in here moving, right? Because Iran said you can't do that, right? And these ships and these crews and these captains and these shipping companies don't want to lose, millions and millions of dollars worth of, crude oil or, other stuff that they're carrying back and forth through that strait. Because a lot of those countries are hurting right now because they depend on the shipping to come in and offload tons of supplies, which hasn't been happening for almost a month now, probably over a month. All right. So let's go into these MAGA infiltrators. I've been kind of talking about this for a little while. And so I was like, well, we'll just let people, figure it out for themselves. All right. So here you go. All right. Tucker, he grew up in a Democrat family pretty much. And they're kind of hippies, they didn't like war and so forth. And he's kind of, showing that side of himself, but he's gone full retard, in my opinion. Tucker Carlson urges U.S. officials to defy Trump on Iran orders. Say no, absolutely not. Right. Now, if he was in the U.S. government, that would be treasonous, right? Now, if we heard this from the lamestream press, it would be like, yep, that's part of what they do. And because they're the deep state. So what excuse does Tucker have now? Because I believe that Tucker is a MAGA infiltrator, right? Carlson comments come after the U.S. and Israel's aggressive bombing of Iran. And So Tucker Carlson says Trump is considering to use nukes against Iran. Did somebody inform you that? Or did somebody give you talking points like the CIA, which is he's already revealed that the, CIA has, has interactions with him over time. So he publicly urges the U.S. military and Pentagon officials to actively defy Donald Trump and refuse orders if he attempts to launch nuclear weapons against Iran.
It is the logic of escalation in this war, because in some sense, Mark Levin is right. We are not going to open the straits with the United States Marine Corps, the 82nd Airborne, or the Tier 1 operators that everyone on cable news seems to know so much about. The Tier 1 operators, Tier 1. Just guys, like some of the best guys actually in America, it's a more real way to put it. They are not going to open the strait. And so unless somebody puts the brakes on right away, we're going to wind up in a place that we can't even imagine. Not just Iran, us and the rest of the world. And so that.
All right. So on the other side of this, are people still going to follow Tucker Carlson once he's proven to be complete bullshitter, right? And asshole? Probably, right? Probably. Because, some people just don't get it. They're going to follow these people until, I don't know, hell freezes over. So Denise DeSouza, a little frightening, but also exhilarating. It is important to recognize the people of Iran, cowering under the tyranny of the mullahs for half a century, support this. It is that twisted, brutish civilization that is imperiled, not the great civilization of ancient Persia. So it goes on to talk about that. So talks with Glenn Greenwald. A lot of these guys have gone full retard, guys. Complete and utter full retard. It's pretty sad. Pretty sad to see it. But it is what it is. All right. So here's another full retard exposure. Alex Jones. We've been exposing him for quite some time. And now he exposes himself, right? He goes full retard as well. So they're basically throwing themselves into the fire, right? So their deep state handlers are basically telling them, pull no punches, go full retard. It doesn't matter. We're your puppet master. You will do as you're told.
And the preachers around him act very demonic.
Jesus. Is that what really is under attack here? Maybe that's what's been under attack for a long time. Maybe our whole lifetime. Maybe almost everything we see is an attack on that faith. The one faith that is always attacked.
So he's basically saying that Trump is attacking Christianity almost as if he's some kind of demonic, Luciferian type.
Always and everywhere for 2,000 years. Many faiths have been attacked. Many religious people of different religions have been killed over the past 2,000 years. A long time. Maybe there's been only one sustained effort to exterminate a faith. The thing we see is an attack on that be part of it? The one faith that is it possible that the president sees this always and everywhere for geostrategic terms and military terms and economic terms, got to open the strait. Okay. Is it possible the president sees this in bigger terms?
And people go, Mr. Fuentes, there's too many of them. What are we going to do? I'm like, I told you not to vote for Trump. The Antichrist was on the ballot. They practically said, Antichrist 2024, Gog and Magog and Armageddon. Like, you voted for this.
All of them comparing him to Jesus, comparing the weapons officer shot down on the plane to Jesus. I mean, this is cult.
So he's basically talking about those of us that are MAGA supporters. So those of us that support Trump.
Stuff. And it is an Antichrist spirit. The Bible tells us many times there are many Antichrists and an Antichrist spirit. And I don't think Trump's a devil worshiper. I don't think he gets on his knees and prays to the devil. I think he's under a demonic spell. And the preachers around him act very demonic.
All right. So, you know, in another, like a day or so ago, I was going to publish that, but I'm like, okay, let's see how far these guys go before I really pounce on them. He basically came out and said that same thing as Tucker Carlson said. So they must all be getting the same marching orders. He said that, you know, people should disobey Trump as well. And he even went so far, he was with a guest. I don't know who his guest was, but his guest was like of the same opinion that people should tackle Trump and basically take him away and make him believe that he's still involved somewhere else. It was like very bizarre, right? So I've seen this type of stuff happen overseas, the Mockingbird media stuff. So it is going extreme retard, and it's probably going to go further until he basically wipes out all his audience, right? Because that's where they're taking this.
He's under a delusion that he's the savior. No, the Antichrist knows he's the Antichrist, but there are many that come in the form precursors to the Antichrist. Just like you have Abraham, and then you have David, then you have Jesus. And it's the same repeat. Well, you have that with the Antichrist. But definitely this type of activity is ushering in Antichrist type behavior. The Iranians think they're triggering the return of the Mahdi, or the final Messiah. A bunch of sects of the Jews think that and say that everywhere. And the Christian evangelicals, the dispensationalists, believe that.
All right. So we're pretty much going full retard there with Alex Jones, guys. So it's up to you guys if you're still following, you know, people like that, Tucker Carlson, several others out there that have gone, in my opinion, full retard. And that's probably because of their deep state puppet masters, right? Different opinion. You can follow them if you want. It's just, you're going down a dark road if you do. It's up to you. But again, we're going to see more and more of these people reveal themselves, you know, as time goes on. And this is a no-go land, right? We're hearing from these people that are doing that. And how do you handle that? Turn them off. You don't follow them anymore. You don't support them anymore. All right. And if you see them somewhere, you know, give them the thumbs down or, you know, whatever. But these guys are obviously, you know, given directions. I've been seeing it leaking through over time. Many of us have been, you know, pointing it out. I don't really do it as much as I felt impelled to do in the beginning, because these people are going to have their followers, and their followers are going to attack you, and it's just not worth it, right? And who knows, maybe because I'm pointing this out, I'll probably get attacked by some of their followers. So, but I mean, you choose. That's kind of where I'm at right now. You decide if you want to follow that line, or just look like me. I just kind of look at it and go, wow, how far out there are they going to go? Because I've seen this happen in a lot of times, a lot of places, right? Seen the same pattern, right? You get people like that. They get followings. They build up a following, and then they strike, right? So these guys are striking now. And I don't know, maybe Trump is already, because Trump, you know, he's a master at hammering these people. I mean, I can't hammer him like he does. He's brilliant at it, right? So we probably, if he hasn't already, we're probably going to hear from Trump and say, you know, this person, but he's got a job to do right now. He's got a job of taking down one of the most powerful at one time most powerful deep state armies in the world that was built up over 47 years. And now it's been taken apart, all right? Very short order by the most powerful military in the world that was built by the deep state. Right? So we're using the deep state stuff. And of course, Israel, deep state. We're using Israel too. Yeah, we're supporting you. Yeah, go ahead and bomb Hezbollah. Go ahead and bomb Hamas. Go ahead and bomb Iran, right? We sent you the material. So they're doing the work of the good guys. Who knows? Who knows what's going to end, where it's going to end. But, I thought that, okay, maybe this is it. But I'm like, I don't think so. Like I've said, I've dealt with these savages, and like I keep saying, Tucker will make you believe that, right? So I can tell you, there wasn't a lot of death when we went into Iraq, right? And it would blow you away how many savages. Same thing in Afghanistan, same thing in Pakistan, right? And very few, the ones that did happen were coordinated and promoted and made possible by the deep state, unfortunately. And maybe they didn't happen, like Extortion 17, SEAL Team 6, Gold Squadron guys that went down Afghanistan, right? Did they all go down? Were they stopped out? I don't know. But I've had people that have said that they're still alive. I don't know. I talked about it early on, and I had some very interesting people that I used to work with in the SEAL teams contact me and dissuade me from talking about that. So I was like, okay, I'll leave that one alone for now. So we'll see, guys. I think that the deep state, in all its ways, throughout our military, throughout the militaries of Europe and so forth, because I think there's good guys that are in operations in a lot throughout Europe as well. So maybe we won't pull the NATO bases because we'll need them to basically take down the deep state in all those countries. I don't know. So, we're going to find out. We're going to find out, just how deep down this rabbit hole we need to go to eliminate all the deep state. It could take years. Many of us talked about this for a while. It could take years, right? So, because think about that. Think about, how these savages, in the Middle East have infiltrated, not just in, Palestine, not just in Lebanon, but also in Yemen and in Afghanistan and in Pakistan and so a lot of other places, guys. So they have to be eliminated. They have to be removed. They have to be plucked. It's going to take time, but it will happen. And hopefully within the next couple of years, because it makes it easier when you got somebody that, has full backing of the good guy military as we're cleaning out the bad guys. Because they had to get rid of 20 more generals, and I don't know, maybe some admirals too, just recently from the military roles, right? Pete Hegseth. And so where do they come from? They were put in there during the 4 years that Biden was there, guys, right? And they have to be removed. All right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. We're going to see this thing, play out how it's going to play out. But we win. We will win. We always win. And it doesn't matter what Tucker Carlson or Alex Jones say. We will win. And Trump is not the Antichrist. So, all right. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. We'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. A Monday, August 10, 2026 Emergency Broadcast System activated. Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. As of 12:01 a.m. EST Monday 10th of August, the Quantum Financial System was fully synchronized with NISARA/Jazara protocols. The White House has initiated the final phase. EBS signals were now active across the Starlink satellite system, bypassing all mainstream channels. Mass arrests of deep state operatives were ongoing. High-profile figures were detained under military tribunals. The cabal's last effort to stop the Great Awakening has failed. 10 days of darkness were imminent to protect the public while truth was delivered through EBS broadcasts. Trump's global military alliance was in control. Gold-backed currencies were active. Debt jubilee initiated. Humanitarian funds were being released to the people. Prepare your spiritual armor. Stock up on water, food, batteries and prayer. This is the final battle between light and darkness, and light prevails. God wins. Trump wins. We the people win. B2s. April 7, 2026. The NESARA announcement was imminent, the official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. Worldwide EBS announcements will follow. All screens, all channels will air full disclosure and sequenced documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window will secure the broadcast phase where truth will be delivered without interruption. The quantum financial system is already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. C2s. April 7, 2026. Prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law. Beginning very soon. Military to distribute provisions where needed. Trump QFS Center ISO 20022 on Telegram. Patriots around the world are on high alert as the White Hats prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law beginning very soon in April 2026. Military forces stand ready to distribute food, water and essential provisions where needed as air and rail travel suspends, ensuring security during mass arrests of corrupt elites. President Trump has given the final approval for this historic strike, with the alliance already surging arrests of thousands of powerful figures involved in trafficking and corruption. Barack Obama and other key cabal members now face federal investigations. A massive worldwide blackout precedes the emergency broadcast system activation, overriding all devices with undeniable truths. Revelations expose election fraud, elite pedophile rings, big pharma crimes and satanic rituals performed in hidden tunnels. The quantum financial system activates, replacing the failing fiat empire with gold-backed NESARA laws, erasing all illegitimate debts, ending the IRS and releasing prosperity funds directly to we the people. Under temporary martial law during the lockdown, special forces execute precise arrests of hiding billionaires and officials. The EBS broadcasts non-stop for days, delivering documentary disclosures that dismantle old systems of government finance, education and health. Starlink secures global communications, ensuring the Great Awakening reaches every patriot as the new republic rises. This is the storm Quanons have awaited, delivering justice for trafficked children and total victory over darkness. The Rothschild, Clintons, Gates and entire cabal panic as their empire crumbles, with medbeds activating to heal patriots, veterans and rescued innocents. Stockpiles guarantee smooth transition with no hardship for those loyal to the plan. Border strength and sovereignty returns, and a golden age of freedom, abundance and advanced technologies dawns. The deep state falls completely as holographic evidence seals elite fates in tribunals. Patriots have fought the long battle and now claim the light as the quantum reality of peace and prosperity unfolds for all humanity. The time of the Great Awakening peaks, with divine justice unfolding exactly as planned. Stay strong, warn loved ones and embrace the new era where we the people triumph. God bless America and patriots worldwide in this monumental shift to true freedom and sovereignty. Possible timing. On Monday, April 6, 2026, quantum financial system was operational in 209 nations, with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump has ripped control from the cabal, restoring the sovereign treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax rule now. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, Starlink broadcasts QFS announcements worldwide. Banks briefly dark as old debts are erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launch for we the people. SWIFT, Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, says that all messages about financial payments must now only be sent in the ISO 20022 format. This format works with a number of payment and settlement methods, such as wire transfers across borders and securities transactions. This has an impact on over 11,000 banks, 200 countries, and $5 to $7 trillion worth of transactions every day. On Wednesday, global currency reset Monday, April 6, 2026, the final phase of the global currency reset has been activated. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong have entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Banks' screens are lighting up with rates: IQD, $9.35, VND, $5.89, Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. Twos. April 7, 2026. Bruce the Big Call. On Monday 6, 2026, the global financial system was fully integrated and individual accounts were mirrored into the system and were now live. We would be told how much gold the U.S. has between April 11th to 15th, Saturday to Wednesday, in conjunction with the worth of the new U.S. notes. The conflict in Iran would not affect when Tier 4B would start exchanges. Two different sources reported different deadlines. One source said Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, would get notified to set redemption appointments within the next 3 to 5 days, by Sunday. The other individual gave us a timeline of 11,12, 13th of April, Sat, Sun, Moon. The PM of Iraq would be seated on Sat. April 11, 2026. We would be notified of the PM of Iraq on Moon. April 13, 2026. F. U.S. Economic Structure. Wednesday, June 10, 2026 was the lock-in date for the new 50 state credit union banks. Based on gold/asset-backed monies, the system prioritizes accessibility and local empowerment while minimizing systemic burden. Interest rates were between 0% and 3%, which dramatically reduced the cost of borrowing. It has an economic footprint of only 4% of GDP, suggesting a lighter systemic load, has zero income and property taxes, emphasizing financial relief at the individual level, and enjoyed a foundation of direct ownership of we the people, reinforcing decentralization. Twos. April 7, 2026, breaking U.S. debt clock, interest, for good or evil. U.S. debt clock exposes two systems, two futures for America. The present Federal Reserve System using the fiat U.S. dollar has been driven by scale, complexity and cost, where the burden shifted increasingly toward the population, and with interest rates ranging from 6% to 24%, significantly increasing long-term debt exposure. It has an economic reach of up to 20% of GDP, indicating a heavier systemic footprint. It promoted income taxation between 10% and 37%, reinforcing continuous extraction. The banking cartel centralized structure was associated with concentrated control. Since the gold/asset-backed global currency reset activated on Monday 6 April, 63 major U.S. banks have collapsed under the Federal Reserve System, with over $517 billion lost. Wars and rumors of wars. Twos. April 7, 2027. Fox News, a U.S. attack on Iran has just killed 50 senior Iranian leaders, per Fox. This comes shortly after a post from President Trump tonight with a video of the strike. Mass arrests. Twos. April 7, 2026. Fox News, federal agents just delivered a major blow to the Jalisco New Generation Cartel CJNG. In a massive coordinated raid across Phoenix, authorities took down a major stash house operation, seizing huge quantities of narcotics, weapons and cash. 121 plus arrested. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dump tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. Guru Information and Intel, I2s. April 7, 2026. Final phase begins. Financial system collapsing as hidden battle escalates. Patriots around the world are witnessing the final phase of the Great Awakening as the financial system edges toward total collapse amid an escalating hidden war. Gene Decode, the veteran U.S. Navy submarine expert with extraordinary remote viewing abilities, has delivered powerful intel that is electrifying QAnons and truth seekers everywhere. This dedicated truth investigator explained how Zionist forces, separate from biblical Hebrews, originated from ancient bloodlines tied to the Rothschild and black nobility elites. These entities have manipulated events for centuries to establish their one world order through engineered conflicts and Hegelian dialectics. Israel operates effectively as America's 51st state in this grand scheme. Current Middle East developments are part of a desperate setup for broader global conflict, aiming to pit civilizations against each other. Yet the White Hat's alliance has masterfully countered, exposing the off-world origins of these dark forces from the science system and their soul-hacking technologies. The push for gas fields and new canals reveals their greed, but the light is prevailing. BRICS nations are accelerating de-dollarization with gold-backed currencies, crushing the cabal's financial empire. No new fiat currency has been printed since 2017, and leaders worldwide are dismantling central banks. The quantum financial system is poised to bring true prosperity and freedom from debt slavery. Underground battles continue fiercely, with targeted earthquakes marking dump cleanouts and the rescue of countless trafficked souls. From the Middle East borders to Asian networks, the alliance is destroying child trafficking operations and satanic strongholds. In America, the deep state ramps up medical tyranny with tyrannical rules allowing home invasions and forced quarantines. This blatant declaration of war on the people will ignite massive peaceful resistance and civil disobedience. The White Hats ensure it awakens the masses without full kinetic chaos. Trump's strategic trials will unleash classified evidence of widespread election fraud and deep state crimes, serving as the ultimate revelation. The emergency broadcast system awaits to broadcast the truth globally. Spiritually, this is humanity's defining moment. Reject false divisions, stand for the Creator, and envision the new golden age. Suppressed free energy technologies will return, the planet heals, and victory over these invaders is at hand. Patriots, the cabal is in its death throes. The financial collapse signals their end. Stay strong, united, and ready for liberation. The alliance plan is unfolding perfectly, and the best is yet to come. What we think we know as of Wednesday, April 8, 2026: 2s. April 7, 2026, did they really think we would believe there was another mission to the moon? It's all been faked so NASA could continue to launder millions of U.S. taxpayer monies into their pockets. Post from Starkey Farmstead. 2s. April 7, 2026, former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. 2s. April 7, 2026, Pam Bondi was fired, in part, because President Trump believed she had tipped off Eric Swalwell, according to the Daily Mail. Trump reportedly believes Bondi had tipped off Swalwell about the FBI's effort to share investigative documents about his relationship with an alleged Chinese spy. The FBI was preparing a cache of documents on Swalwell's relationship with Christine Fang, the Daily Mail reports. She's intervening in those matters. The White House wasn't pleased she was intervening due to her personal friendship with Swalwell, a source told the Daily Mail. 2s. April 7, 2026, on July 4, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools, and this is solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. Jazara Nizara on Telegram. 2s. April 7, 2026, Obama diverted $400 million from Iran's pallets of cash through the Dubai embassy to Italian operatives and Merrill Lynch in Geneva to fuel the stolen 2020 election, which was exposed, under oath, by Maria Zack. In return, Leonardo Spa officials used military satellites and CIA tools like Hammer and Scorecard to hack U.S. voting machines, flipping Trump votes to Biden along with other fraudulent methods, machines, mail-in ballots, and remote access. China coordinated the operation with tech and bribes, the CIA oversaw the stolen 2020 election, and the FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet to the cabal and foreign powers. This global election fraud cartel is the largest threat to American democracy in the world. 2s. April 7, 2026 shocker from FBI Director Kash Patel was that deep state operative Erica Kirk, widow of TPUSA founder Charlie Kirk, has been taken to federal court on alleged criminal ties to Jeffrey Epstein, Israeli Mossad, and child trafficking. Twos. April 7, 2026, breaking overnight intel drop, Trump's ultimatum shakes the world, Iran on the brink, oil explodes, global order at stake, intel drop / April 7, 2026. Twos. April 7, 2026, breaking military intel, bleeding, alone, hunted, U.S. colonel survives the impossible in Iran, a story that defies logic and redefines survival. Twos. April 7, 2026, bombshell alert, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS in $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering scandal. Twos. April 7, 2026, breaking, the New World Order, U.S. moves to withdraw 100,000 troops from Europe and halt trillions in defense spending. Twos. April 7, 2026, the shocking story they never wanted you to hear. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, April 5, 2026, boom. 1913 exposed, Trump strikes final blow to the IRS, tariffs in, income tax out, Trump's signature on dollars signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and true sovereignty. Twos. April 7, 2026, Jamie Dimon, CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, says the U.S. government raising taxes doesn't do anything to help the average American. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who thinks that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups, and they give it to their friends and all that. Which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups. But bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their own self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. Project Odin martial law on Telegram. Twos. April 7, 2026, former IRS agent. He spent 2 years of investigating claims of people who said there is no law to say we have to pay income taxes. He quit and has not paid in 25 years. We were lied to, misled and robbed for decades. Just give it time to roll out. We are still in the Matrix. Q. The Storm Rider on Telegram. On Monday, April 6, 2026, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dump tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. With the mass arrests now in full force, a financial tsunami and global lockdown with temporary martial law appeared imminent. The new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, was set to wipe out the Rothschild central banking system. Chase, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank could soon be offline with your bank account balance zero, bank card declined, ATMs and bank apps not working. It is advised to withdraw your bank account monies out now. This worldwide financial collapse had been coming for a long time. Dutch banker Ronald Bernard had reached the highest levels of the Illuminati, crashed national economies, bankrupt companies and was an expert at money laundering. Clinton's Badawgate was discredited as fake news by the mainstream media despite NBC's, June 11, 2013. Televised report regarding Hillary Clinton using her position as U.S. Secretary of State to cease an investigation into child trafficking within the State Department. EBS, martial law, 10 days of darkness. Hey Judy note, some say the EBS would be here tomorrow 7th of April. Some say in 2 days, or by Saturday 18th of April, or by Friday 1st of May. They all say soon the EBS will announce a world financial collapse. Martial law and 48-hour communication blackout would occur, complete with worldwide lockdown with no internet, bank, ATMs, phones and 10 days of darkness. 7 trumpets will sound on our cell phones across the planet to announce. A whopping 50,000 military troops have been mobilized to ensure EBS mandates. Monday, April 6, 2026, The EBS alert countdown has begun to martial law. EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship, no more fake news feeds, only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio and internet broadcasts worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military controlled communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This will be a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system frozen and ATMs, credit and debit cards not working. 7 trumpet EBS alerts to sound out on every phone across the planet announcing temporary worldwide martial law and 10 days of communication darkness. Internet, shut down, ATMs, banks, offline, phones, emergency calls only. Hashtag be prepared. Stock food, cash, essentials. Be Saturday, April 18, 2026, when the EBS activates. Do not be afraid, be ready. There will come a moment very soon, April 18, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message. Your phone, your television, your computer. All of them, simultaneously. The emergency broadcast system will activate. Not for a hurricane. Not for an earthquake. For the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information. The real history of the last 100 years. The crimes committed against humanity by those WHO claim to protect it. The technology that was stolen from you. The financial system that enslaved you. All of it, unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour. But you will not panic. Because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment every time you read a post on this channel. Every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular. Every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one WHO says, I told you. And now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Quantum financial system is operational in 209 nations with gold-backed currencies ending the fiat debt slavery. Trump has ripped control from the cabal, restoring the sovereign treasury. No income taxes, tariffs and fair sales tax rule now. On Tuesday, April 7, 2026, Starlink broadcasts QFS announcements worldwide. Banks briefly dark as old debts are erased. IRS abolished. Prosperity funds launch for we the people. Patriots prepare for EBS revelations exposing the satanic networks that have plagued humanity for centuries. Global currency reset on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. The global currency reset and Nizara/Jazara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026. Bruce, the big call. Military sources now said that April 6, 7 Moon, 2s were now possible notification dates for Tier 4B to set their exchange appointments. People with Zim were to obtain their MedBed appointments starting Thursday 9, Friday 10, Saturday 11th of April. Official, Redemption Centers opening first week of April 2026, full Jazara protocol activated, Donald J. Trump office on Telegram. The countdown is over. Redemption schedules are now being filled with authorized participants. The infrastructure is live. What happens inside a redemption center? White check mark emoji, biometric verification, complete identity sovereignty, white check mark emoji, asset-backed rates, legacy currencies, Zim, dinar, dong, exchanged into digital value, white check mark emoji, quantum card activation, linked to your sovereign wallet on XRP Ledger, XRPL. White check mark emoji, instant access, borderless funds, 24/7, secure, white check mark emoji, debt clearance plus wealth management plus project funding, full post-exchange onboarding, access is strictly controlled. No walk-ins. Monday, April 6, 2026, final phase activated, no turning back. Confirmed, Tier 4B is now live and moving, Nizar and Jazara connected on Telegram. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong just entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. This is real-time execution, not speculation. Breaking intel, massive QFS movements underway. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Live Bank screens lighting up with rates. IQD, $9.35, fully active internally VND, $5.89, exceeding projected values Zim, processing, elite groups receiving now. Monday, April 6, 2026 NISRA, National Economic Security and Recovery Act, and Jazara, Global Economic Security and Recovery Act, are two proposals for economic reform that have been circulating on the internet for quite some time. Tier 4B martial law. The main goal of these proposals is to make the world a better place by introducing a bunch of changes to the way we handle money. Some of these changes include eliminating debt. Imagine waking up one day and finding out that all your student loans, credit card debt, and mortgage have vanished into thin air. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, that's what Nizar and Jazara are proposing. Introducing a new currency. Say goodbye to the good old US dollar and hello to a shiny new currency backed by gold, silver, or some other precious metal. This would make the value of money more stable and less prone to inflation. Revamping the tax system. No more complicated tax forms or surprise tax bills. Nizar and Jazara want to simplify the tax system and make it more transparent, so you can finally understand what's going on with your hard-earned cash. Helping the little guy. These proposals aim to support small businesses and individuals by giving them access to low-interest loans and other financial assistance. Monday, April 6, 2026 QFS Information Center, Quantum Financial System and the Tier 4B Internet Group. The World of Currency Revaluation, Redemption Centers and Nizar Jazara Payments, Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, and Tier 4B Internet Group. This is where the future of currency revaluation and redemption centers comes alive. The financial world is on the cusp of a monumental shift, as Nizar and Jazara Payments begin to reshape global economics and individual prosperity. Are you ready for the shift from fiat to asset-backed currencies? The whispers of Tier 4B and redemption centers are no longer just speculation, they're about to transform your world. For those of you who've heard about Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, you might be wondering if you're part of this exclusive wave. It's about intent. If you've been involved in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, Zimbabwe Zim, you could be part of the revolution. But this isn't just a group, it's a wake-up call. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places but could be your local bank or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the fiat slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about Nizar Jazara, this treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust, but you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now, because the Quantum Financial System is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can. Monday, April 6, 2026, they did not shut down the world in 2020 because of a virus. They shut IT down because of what was happening while you were locked inside, Mr. Poole on Telegram. While you were counting cases on your television screen, the largest military operation in human history was taking place underground. Literally underground. Between March 2020 and December 2021, Special Operations Forces from 22 nations conducted coordinated raids on a network of tunnels stretching across every continent. The tunnel systems were not small. They connected major cities. Some ran for hundreds of miles. Some were equipped with rail systems, living quarters, and medical facilities. What they found inside those tunnels has never been officially disclosed. But the evidence is everywhere if you know where to look. Monday, April 6, 2026. In October 2020, Dominion voting machines, accused of being designed to throw votes, received $400 million from Staple Street Capital, which is tied to China and the CCP. Smartmatic, SGO, and Dominion allegedly all share a small Barbados HQ address. And core software licensing, creating major national security risks. Smartmatic was engineered under Hugo Chavez with built-in backdoors to alter elections without hacking. The operator manual exposes admin controls for remote/on-site vote changes. Workers testified to Dominion remotely fixing issues despite no internet oaths. Texas rejected the systems for lacking security. Stacey Abrams' own state website listed vulnerabilities. Swing states used them anyway, indicating intentional fraud, not errors. The Chiffon Telegram. Monday, April 6, 2026. It's the single largest racket empire in human history, built by the Democrats, for Democrats. Elon Musk. At this point, I think the words NGO and money laundering are almost synonymous. These fake NGOs. There needs to be a number of arrests. These are fake charities funneling billions of dollars to NGOs run by Democrats, which then go through a giant money laundering scheme. Monday, April 6, 2026. Breaking special report. 49 million fake accounts targeting Americans. Massive global fraud network busted. U.S. users among primary targets. Monday, April 6, 2026. Breaking. Tucker Carlson and Ray Dalio. No privacy warning as CBDCs are coming. Central bank digital currencies could give governments total control. Monday, April 6, 2026. Breaking military intel. What just went down inside Iran? SEAL Team 6 leads multi-domain rescue U.S. Colonel recovered after 24+ hours under active hunt. Monday, April 6, 2026. Boom. Marco Rubio shuts down Safe Haven. Niece of Iranian General Soleimani arrested in Los Angeles after anti-American rhetoric. Monday, April 6, 2026. Breaking medical news. Medical freedom explodes. 12 U.S. states move to unlock ivermectin, Nobel Prize drug at center of national battle. Monday, April 6, 2026. Bombshell. General Flynn warns America, this was never about me. They were after the truth. All warfare is based on deception. President Donald Trump battles this evil head-on. His America First policies target trafficking rings and elite corruption, protecting the vampires. Securing borders and exposing deep state networks cuts off their supply of innocent blood. The deep state attacks Trump fiercely because he threatens their entire apparatus of ritual murder and financial domination. As his administration advances audits and dismantles pipelines, the cult weakens. Trump's leadership accelerates the Great Awakening. The blood flow stops as sovereignty returns, dismantling their global cult. Justice looms for these elite monsters feeding on humanity's children. The vampires fall when their demonic sustenance ends.
Hello Patriots, I'm at Restored Republic via AGCR updates compiled by Judy Byington. Nasara announcement imminent. Official start of new system. End of old world structure. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram. President Trump has activated Operation Liberty Shield, the largest military liberation campaign in modern history. Over 20,000 elite forces, including Navy SEALs, Delta units, Marines, and international white hats, have executed raids against the elite trafficking network buried deep inside underground tunnel dumps, biotech labs, and government installations across the globe. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, the Nasara announcement was imminent. The official start of the new system and end of the old world structure. Worldwide EBS announcements will follow. All screens, all channels will air full disclosure in sequence documentaries to awaken the masses. A temporary global lockdown window will secure the broadcast phase where truth will be delivered without interruption. The quantum financial system is already active. Global trust funds and seized cabal assets have been moved into quantum ledgers for return to the people. Central banks have been migrated. ISO 20022 is live. All transactions are traceable. Corruption has no place to hide. Tuesday, April 7th, prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law. Beginning very soon, military to distribute provisions where needed. Trump QFS Center, ISO 20022 on Telegram. Patriots around the world are on high alert as the White Hats prepare for a 10 to 12-day global lockdown under martial law beginning very soon in April 2026. This coordinated global military alliance operation launches the final international crackdown on deep state cabal that has controlled humanity for centuries. Military forces stand ready to distribute food, water, and essential provisions where needed as air and rail travel suspends, ensuring security during mass arrests of corrupt elites. President Trump has given the final approval for this historic strike, with the alliance already surging arrests of thousands of powerful figures involved in trafficking and corruption. Barack Obama and other key cabal members now face federal investigations and charges for child trafficking as the vast network tied to the Vatican royals and global leaders collapses. Special Forces rescues of American children from South American cartels highlight the commitment to leave no child behind, exposing underground horrors. A massive worldwide blackout precedes the emergency broadcast system activation, overriding all devices with undeniable truths. Revelations expose election fraud, elite pedophile rings, big pharma crimes, and satanic rituals performed in hidden tunnels. The quantum financial system activates, replacing the failing fiat empire with gold-backed Nasara laws, erasing all illegitimate debts, ending the IRS, and releasing prosperity funds directly to we the people. Under temporary martial law during the lockdown, special forces execute precise arrests of hiding billionaires and officials. The EBS broadcasts non-stop for days, delivering documentary disclosures that dismantle old systems of government, finance, education, and health. Starlink secures global communications, ensuring the Great Awakening reaches every patriot as the new republic rises. This is the storm QAnons have awaited, delivering justice for trafficked children and total victory over darkness. The Rothschilds, Clinton's Gates, an entire cabal panic as their empire crumbles, veterans and rescued innocents. Stockpiles guarantee smooth transition with no hardship for those loyal to the plan. Borders strengthen, sovereignty returns, and a golden age of freedom, abundance, and advanced technologies dawns. The deep state falls completely as holographic evidence seals elite fates in tribunals. Patriots have fought the long battle and now claim the light as the quantum reality of peace and prosperity unfolds for all humanity. The time of the Great Awakening peaks with divine justice unfolding exactly as planned. Stay strong, warn loved ones, and embrace the new era where we the people triumph. God bless America and patriots worldwide in this monumental shift to true freedom and sovereignty. Global currency reset. Monday, April 6, 2026, the final phase of the global currency reset has been activated. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong have entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Banks' screens are lighting up with rates. IQD $9.35, VND $5.89. Nasar connected on Telegram. Tuesday, April 7th, Bruce the Big Call. On Monday, the 6th, 2026, the global financial system was fully integrated, and individuals' accounts were mirrored into the system and were now live. We would be told how much gold the U.S. has between April 11th to the 15th, Saturday to Wednesday, in conjunction with the worth of the new U.S. notes. The conflict in Iran would not affect when Tier 4B would start exchanges. Two different sources reported different deadlines. One source said Tier 4B, as the internet group, would get notified to set redemption appointments within the next 3 to 5 days by Sunday. The other individuals gave us a timeline of 11th, 12th, 13th of April, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. The Prime Minister of Iraq would be seated. U.S. economic structure. Wednesday, June 10th, 2026 was the lock-in date for the new 50 state credit union banks. Based on gold asset-backed monies, the system prioritizes accessibility and local empowerment while minimizing systematic burden. Interest rates were between 0 and 3%, which dramatically reduced the cost of borrowing. It has an economic footprint of only 4% of GDP, suggesting a lighter systematic load. Has zero income and property taxes, emphasizing financial relief at the individual level, and enjoyed a foundation of direct ownership of we the people, reinforcing decentralization. Tuesday, April 7, 2026. Breaking U.S. debt clock. Interest for good or evil. U.S. debt clock exposes two systems, two futures for America. The present Federal Reserve System using the fiat U.S. dollar has been driven by scale, complexity, and cost, where the burden shifted increasingly toward the population, and with interest rates ranging from 6% to 24%, significantly increasing long-term debt exposure. It has an economic reach of up to 20% of GDP, indicating a heavier systematic footprint. It promoted income taxation between 10% and 37%, reinforcing continuous extraction. The banking cartel centralized structure was associated with concentrated control. Since the gold asset-backed global currency reset activated on Monday, April the 6th, 63 major U.S. banks have collapsed under the Federal Reserve System, with over $517 billion lost. Mass arrests. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, Fox News just delivered a major blow to the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG, in a massive coordinated raid across Phoenix. Authorities took down a major stash house operation, seizing huge quantities of narcotics, weapons, and cash. 121 plus arrested. On Monday, April the 6th, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dump tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. Guru Information and Intel. Tuesday, April 7th. Final phase begins. Final system collapsing as hidden battle escalates. Patriots around the world are witnessing the final phase of the Great Awakening as the financial system edges toward total collapse amid an escalating hidden war. Gene Decode, the veteran U.S. Navy submarine expert with extraordinary remote viewing abilities, has delivered powerful intel that is electrifying QAnons and truth seekers everywhere. This dedicated truth investigator explained how Zionist forces separate from biblical Hebrews, originated from ancient bloodlines tied to the Rothschilds and black nobility elites. These entities have manipulated events for centuries to establish their one world order through engineered conflicts and Hegelian dialects. Israel operates effectively as America's 51st state in the grand scheme. Current Middle East developments are part of a desperate setup for broader global conflict, aiming to pit civilizations against each other. Yet the White Hats Alliance has masterfully countered, exposing the off-world origins of these dark forces from the Scion system and their soul-hacking technologies. The push for gas fields and new canals reveals their greed, but the light is prevailing. BRICS nations are accelerating de-dollarization with gold-backed currencies, crushing the cabal's financial empire. No new fiat currency has been printed since 2017, and leaders worldwide are dismantling central banks. The quantum financial system is poised to bring true prosperity and freedom from debt slavery. Underground battles continue fiercely, with targeted earthquakes marking dumb clean-outs and the rescue of countless trafficked souls. From the Middle East borders to Asian networks, the alliance is destroying child trafficking operations and satanic strongholds. Also, it's important that we recognize what the light beings and the Venusians and Commander Thor and what they're doing in the very, very deep ancient tunnels. These are thousands of years old, and they are hunting down evil, all kinds of evil, but a lot of them are reptilians, and rescuing children. So we appreciate what they're doing as well. In America, the deep state ramps up medical tyranny with tyrannical rules allowing home invasions and forced quarantines. This blatant declaration of war on the people will ignite massive peaceful resistance and civil disobedience. The White Hats ensure it awakens the masses without full kinetic chaos. Trump's strategic trials will unleash classified evidence of widespread election fraud and deep state crimes, serving as the ultimate revelation. The emergency broadcast system awaits to broadcast the truth globally. Spiritually, this is humanity's defining moment. Reject false divisions, stand for the Creator, and envision the new golden age. Suppressed free energy technologies will return. The planet heals and victory over these invaders is at hand. Patriots, the cabal is in its death throes. The financial collapse signals their end. Stay strong, united, and ready for liberation. The alliance plan is unfolding perfectly, and the best is yet to come.
Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Did they really think we would believe there was another mission to the moon? It's all been faked so NASA could continue to launder millions of U.S. taxpayer monies into their pockets. Post from Starkey Farmstead, YouTube. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Former Kentucky clerk says illegal aliens are being sold. $200 driver's licenses all throughout the state. The undocumented workers would come into the office in groups. I found out it may have been going on for a couple of years before it was found out. A key to pulling off this scheme was making sure the required Homeland Security screening was never run. She says this happens every day. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Pam Bondi was fired. In part, because President Trump believed she had tipped off Eric Swalwell, according to the Daily Mail. Trump reportedly believes Bondi tipped off Swalwell about the FBI's effort to share investigative documents about his relationship with an alleged Chinese spy. The FBI was preparing a cache of documents on Swalwell's relationship with Christine Feng, the Daily Mail reports. She's intervening in those matters. The White House wasn't pleased she was intervening, due to her personal friendship with Swalwell, a source told the Daily Mail. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. On July 4th, 1917, Nikola Tesla's Wardenclyffe Tower on Long Island, New York, was demolished by the federal government when they found out he was planning to give the world free energy as a gift. It was an early experimental wireless transmission station designed and built in 1901 to 1902. They censored Tesla using the newspapers they controlled. Nikola Tesla was one of the most important inventors of all the time, and they never taught you about him in schools, and this is solely because they don't want you digging about free energy. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Obama diverted $400 million from Iran's pallets of cash through the Dubai embassy to Italian operatives and Merrill Lynch in Geneva to fuel the stolen 2020 election, which was exposed, under oath, by Maria Zack. In return, Leonardo Spa officials used military satellites and CIA tools like Hammer and Scorecard to hack U.S. voting machines, flipping Trump votes to Biden along with other fraudulent methods, machines, mail-in ballots, and remote access. China coordinated the operation with tech and bribes. The CIA oversaw the stolen 2020 election, and the FBI covered it up, all to install Biden as a puppet to the cabal and foreign powers. This global election fraud cartel is the largest threat to American democracy and the world. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Breaking military intel. Bleeding, alone, hunted, U.S. colonel, survives the impossible in Iran. A story that defies logic. And redefines survive American Media Group. Tuesday the 7th of April, 2026. Bombshell alert. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent orders massive bank audits by IRS and $18 billion Minnesota welfare laundering. Scandal the 7th of April, 2026. Breaking. The New World Order. U.S. moves to withdraw 100,000 troops from Europe and halt trillions in defense spending.
I'm currently at Commander Thor's Telegram channel, Valiant Thor 369. I wanted to remind everyone to please visit. He has lots of information going way back that he has posted. Now, recently, we know that the Artemis rocket had gone up to the moon and circled around the dark side of the moon. A lot of people are saying that that was CGI and faked and blah, 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 like they always do when it comes to NASA. I asked Commander Thor about that particular operation. He said it was real, not CGI. They did go to the moon and circle around the dark side. And I'm here currently at September 28th, 2024, where Commander Thor has some wonderful pictures and some explanations about the Apollo 20, which was a secret mission to the moon, and what they found there. So would be interesting if you are interested to read about some of the things they found. Martian, petrified Martian mothership, things like that. Fascinating. But yes, we do have a base on the moon. We even have prisoners up there. There's a Gitmo up there. And the Nazis were up there. I mean, there's a whole history of the secret space program being on the moon. So, yes, we did. NASA does go to the moon, can go to the moon. NASA did go. It was not CGI. If you read about the secret space program and everything, you'll know we are in space. We are already up there.
Is happening in the world right now, and just look at Iran, where, according to mainstream media, the United States is bombing the hell out of it. And the fact is they're bombing the hell out of what they put there, because all of the terrorist cells that are in Iran are nothing to do with the Iranian people. They were created by the Bushes, the Obamas, and the Clintons under the control of Israel. Let's get it right. So what's being bombed there right now is the dismantling of the corrupt system that was put in by the US and Israel. It's not Iran. It's not the people of Iran. The people of Iran are amazing people. And I've been there. It's a beautiful country full of beautiful people, where Christians and Muslims have lived side by side for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They've lived in peace. They get on very well together, until the Zionists showed up and then wanted to divide them and wanted to steal their country. Allegedly. And wanted to steal other countries around there. That's why they created 25, 30, 40 years ago the term anti-Semitism. Allegedly. It was created so that it filtered into our psyche that if you said anything against them, you became an anti-Semite. Well, the fact of the matter is that Semitism is a language that's spoken in that part of the world. Most of the people who speak the Semitic language are actually Muslim and not what they claim the world to know, because they control, or they did control, the media. They control the narrative. They're losing control of that right now, and we're seeing the results of that. Good morning, Drew.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. My first story of the day is France has officially withdrawn all its gold reserves from the Federal Reserve Bank in New York. Macron silently sold 129 tons of French gold stored in New York and bought it at an equivalent amount of gold in Europe. France is preparing for the end of the petrodollar. Well, wasn't that smart thinking, Charlie?
It certainly was, but it also confirms to me that what we're doing is watching a movie, because I know that this happened 3.5, 4 years ago. And now it's playing out for the public to see, and France is absolutely right in getting rid of or removing their gold from New York. And without being too frivolous, there is an awful lot of gold that is held in the Bank of England that does not belong to England. It belongs to other people, but it's in the custody of the Bank of England, a bit like the French gold that was in the custody of the Federal Reserve. It's not their gold, it's not their silver, it belongs to the country that placed it there for security reasons. And people are starting to realize now that you need to be a little bit more wise. I've said right from day one, if you buy gold or silver, do not keep it within the banking system. Keep it outside of the banking system, because they can very, very easily take it off you. And the gold and silver that is being declared in these countries, it's not their own, it's somebody else's. Now, if you and I were to do that, we'd land up in prison. So I'd advise you don't. My second story is a fun one, because there's a lot of people in the truth community turning against Donald Trump. And this shows me everything I need to see, because it shows what frequency they're on. Those people who believe in God and have their faith and trust in God know that Donald Trump came here as a disruptor. As he said it himself, I've come to drain the swamp. When you drain a swamp, you create a lot of mess. On the journey, he'll create a lot of mess. And this is all part of what God called him to do. So those turning against him, check your frequency before you open your mouth. Because when God calls somebody to do something, it might not be the way you wanted it. It might be a different way. We're all learning that the hard way. Stay close to God. You'll find the truth. Drew.
Next up, tensions continue between Hungary and the European Union as Prime Minister Viktor Orban maintains his opposition to several EU policies. Recent public demonstrations and political messaging have highlighted Hungary's stance on national sovereignty, with government officials pushing back against what they describe as external pressure from Brussels. The EU has previously raised concerns over governance and legal standards, leading to ongoing disputes over funding and policy direction.
Well, Hungary has been standing up against the EU for some time now. Viktor Orban is doing an amazing job, and we're starting to see more and more countries in Europe stand up against the EU. They're no longer getting it their own.
Well, we thought we knew, but didn't really know, and now I'm supposed to know, but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies, Hollywood style, and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Sunday, April 5th, 2026, boom, 1913 exposed. Trump strikes final blow to the IRS. Tariffs in, income tax out. Trump signature on dollar signals return to pre-1913 prosperity and true sovereignty. Tuesday, April 7th, Jamie Dimon, CEO of JP Morgan Chase, says that U.S. government raising taxes does not do anything to help the average American. He says raising taxes does nothing because Congress just launders the money to their friends, special interest groups, and 17,000 lobbying groups. I don't know anyone, and you guys in the room, you might be Democrats, Republicans who think that sending another $1 trillion to Washington, D.C. will actually improve anything. So when you say raise taxes, if you said raise taxes and directly give it to the people who need it, do it. That does not happen. It goes to all these interest groups, and they give it to their friends and all of that, which is why the people are considered a swamp. It's kind of a swamp, the 17,000 lobbying groups, but bank companies are guilty too. They're just fighting for their one self-interest as opposed to what's good for my country. Project Oda and martial law and Telegram. Tuesday, April 7th, 2026, former IRS agent. He spent 2 years of investigating claims of people who said there is no law to say we have to pay income taxes. He quit and has not paid in 25 years. We were lied to, misled, and robbed for decades. Just give it time to roll out. We are still in the matrix. Wars, and rumors of wars. Tuesday, April 7th. Fox News. A U.S. attack on Iran has just killed 50 senior Iranian leaders. This comes shortly after a post from President Trump tonight with a video of the strike. Judy note, on Monday, April 6, 2026, the U.S. Army Special Forces raided over 200 Hollywood mansions, going inside homes of the biggest names in Hollywood. Luxury gates were smashed. Hidden basement elevators descended into personal dumb tunnels that connected to the Mount Rushmore master map. They arrested the heart of the deep state. With the mass arrests now in full force, a financial tsunami and global lockdown with temporary martial law appeared imminent. The new gold asset-backed quantum financial system was set to wipe out the Rothschild central banking system. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Citibank could soon be offline with your bank account. Balance zero, bank card declined, ATMs and bank apps not working. It is advised to withdraw your bank account monies out now. This worldwide financial collapse had been coming for a long time. Dutch banker Ronald Bernard had reached the highest levels of the Illuminati, crashed national economies, bankrupt companies, and was an expert at money laundering. EBS martial law, 10 days of darkness. Judy note, some say the EBS would be here tomorrow, Tuesday, April 7th. Some say in 2 days, or by Saturday, April 18th, or by Friday, May 1st. They all say soon. The EBS will announce a world financial collapse, martial law, and 48-hour communication blackout would occur, complete with worldwide lockdown with no internet, bank, ATMs, phones, and 10 days of darkness. 7 trumpets will sound on our cell phones across the planet to announce a whopping 50,000 military troops have been mobilized to ensure EBS mandates. Monday, April 6, 2026, the EBS alert countdown has begun. To martial law, EBS test signals have been confirmed in multiple regions. Stay vigilant for activation. No exact timeline is public, but secure briefings indicate readiness. Prepare for a 48-hour communication blackout, along with lockdown. No more deep state censorship. No more fake news feeds. Only documentaries expounding truth across every TV, radio, and internet broadcast worldwide. Expect 10 days of media silence as the military control communications and spit out emergency broadcasts revealing everything. This will be a time of communications reset, with cell towers neutralized as weapons, banking system frozen, and ATMs, credit, and debit cards not working. 7 trumpet EBS alerts to sound out on every phone across the planet, announcing temporary worldwide martial law, 10 days of communication darkness, internet, shutdown, ATMs, banks offline, phones, emergency calls only. Be prepared. Stock food, cash essentials. Saturday, April 18th, when the EBS activates, do not be afraid, be ready. There will come a moment very soon. April 18th, 2026, when every screen in the world displays the same message. Your phone, your television, your computer, all of them simultaneously. The emergency broadcast system will activate, not for a hurricane, not for an earthquake, for the truth. For 72 hours, the world will receive a continuous stream of declassified information, the real history of the last 100 years, the crimes committed against humanity by those who claim to protect it, the technology that was stolen from you, the financial system that enslaved you, all of it. Unfiltered, undeniable, and unstoppable. Some people will panic. That is expected. A lifetime of programming does not dissolve in an hour. But you will not panic because you already know. You have been preparing for this moment. Every time you read a post on this channel, every time you shared the truth when it was unpopular, every time you trusted your instincts over their narrative. When the EBS goes live, your role is simple. Be the calm in the storm. Be the person your family turns to. Be the one who says, I told you and now I will help you understand. The old world ends with a broadcast. The new world begins with you. Global Currency Reset on Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. The Global Currency Reset and Nisara laws activated across 209 nations, erasing debts, ending IRS, launching prosperity funds, and wiping out all illegitimate debts from the deep state bankers. Trump's sovereign U.S. Treasury note replaced the collapsed Federal Reserve dollar. No more income taxes, only tariffs and fair sales tax. The cabal's financial empire crumbles as the gold-backed QFS goes live. Tuesday, February 2026, Bruce the Big Call. Official redemption centers opening first week of April 2026. Full Jassara protocol activated. Donald J. Trump office on Telegram. The countdown is over. Redemption schedules are now being filled with authorized participants. The infrastructure is alive. What happens inside a redemption center? Biometric verification, complete identity sovereignty, asset-backed rates, legacy currency, Zim Dinar Dong, exchanged into digital value, quantum card activation linked to your sovereign wallet on XRP Ledger, XRPL, instant access, borderless funds 24/7, secure, debt clearance plus wealth management plus project funding, full post-exchange onboarding. Access is strictly controlled, no walk-ins. Monday, April 6th, final phase activated, no turning back, confirmed. Tier 4B is now live and moving. Global banking hubs in Zurich, Reno, and Hong Kong just entered their final liquidity cycle. Insiders report notifications are rolling out right now. This is real-time execution, not speculation. Breaking intel, massive QFS movements underway. High-value transfers are clearing through the QFS, triggering full liquidity release across multiple tiers. Private banking channels confirm funds are already positioning, the final step before public rollout. Live bank screens lighting up with rates. IQD $9.35 fully active. Internally, VND $5.89, exceeding projected values. Zim processing elite groups receiving now. Monday, April 6th, NASARA, National Economic Security and Recovery Act, and JSARA, Global Economic Security and Recovery Act, are two proposals for economic reform that have been circulating on the internet for quite some time. Tier 4B martial law. The main goal of these proposals is to make the world a better place by introducing a bunch of changes to the way we handle money. Some of these changes include eliminating debt. Imagine waking up one day and finding out that all your student loans, credit card debt, and mortgage have vanished into thin air. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, that's what NASARA and JSARA are proposing. Introducing a new currency. Say goodbye to the good old US dollar and hello to a shiny new currency backed by gold, silver, or some other precious metal. This would make the value of money more stable and less prone to inflation. Revamping the tax system. No more complicated tax forms or surprise tax bills. NASARA and JSARA want to simplify the tax system and make it more transparent so you can finally understand what's going on with your hard-earned cash and helping the little guy. These proposals aim to support small businesses and individuals by giving them access to low-interest loans and other financial assistance.
QFS Information Center, Quantum Financial System and the Tier 4B Internet Group, the world of currency revaluation, redemption centers, and NASARA-GSARA payments. Tier 4B, ISO 20022 on Telegram, the Quantum Financial System QFS, and Tier 4B Internet Group. This is where the future of currency revaluation and redemption centers comes alive. The financial world is on the cusp of a monumental shift, as NASARA and GSARA payments begin to reshape global economics and individual prosperity. Are you ready for the shift from fiat to asset-backed currencies? The whispers of Tier 4B and redemption centers are no longer just speculation. They're about to transform your world. For those of you who've heard about Tier 4B, also known as the Internet Group, you might be wondering if you're part of this exclusive wave. It's about intent if you've been involved in foreign currency like the Iraqi dinar, Vietnamese dong, or Zimbabwe zimu, could be part of the revolution. But this isn't just a group. It's a wake-up call. Redemption centers will soon be summoning those who are part of this currency revaluation. They won't be mystical places, but could be your local bank, or even an unassuming office. Once inside, the foreign currencies you've held on to will be exchanged for massive wealth. While many of us are aware and prepared, the general public remains oblivious. But once this hits mainstream news, expect a mad rush to redemption centers. The sleepers will wake up too late. And here's the kicker. The Quantum Financial System, QFS, rumored to be hack-proof and the future of financial security, is about to wipe out the central banking system. QFS promises to end the way of IAT slavery that has controlled nations for too long. What's more, it will shift the balance of power forever. And don't forget about NASARA-GSARA. This treasure has been hidden from the public for decades. These mysterious payments, tied to everything from birth certificates to mortgages, will start filling QFS accounts. You won't even need a redemption center appointment for this part. The general public will be left in the dust. But you, the chosen few, will know what's coming. Prepare now because the quantum financial system is here. Get your hands on foreign currency while you still can.
Monday, April 6th, it's the single largest racket empire in human history, built by the Democrats, for Democrats, Elon Musk. At this point, I think the words NGO and money laundering are almost synonymous. These fake NGOs, there needs to be a number of arrests. These are fake charities funneling billions of dollars to NGOs, run by Democrats, which then go through a giant money laundering scheme. Monday, April 6, breaking special report, 49 million fake accounts targeting Americans. Massive global fraud network busted. U.S. users among primary targets. April 6, breaking. Tucker Carlson and Ray Dalio. No privacy warning our CBDCs are coming. Central bank digital currencies could give governments total control. 6. Breaking military intel. What just went down inside Iran? SEAL Team 6 leads multi-domain rescue. U.S. colonel recovered after 24-plus hours under active hunt. And April 6, boom. Marco Rubio shuts down Safe Haven. Niece of Iranian General Soleimani arrested in Los Angeles after anti-American rhetoric.
And what an amazing time to be alive. I've been watching all different types of media that are out there that talk about the Straits of Hormuz, an area that I know very well because it goes around the United Arab Emirates, between the United Arab Emirates and, of course, Iran. And the media and social media are telling you that the Straits of Hormuz are closed by Iran, which I'll tell you right now is not true. If you only have to go on to Boatwatch and see the shipping that's going through there, and it's quite busy. But it is closed to American-owned ships and Israeli-owned ships. But it's not been done by Iran. So who has stopped the American ships going through there and the Israeli ships going through there? Well, first of all, the lies that come out about there's mines in there. Well, if there was, the rest of the world wouldn't be going through there, would they? If there was really mines in there, they wouldn't be going through there at the rate they are. So the question is, who has stopped America and Israel going through the Straits of Hormuz? I'll tell you. It's London. Lloyd's of London. Because they've withdrawn the insurance required to go through there. So the Americans and the Israelis don't want the risk of taking their ships through there uninsured with Iran watching. Because Iran can sink them just like that, and they know that. So the stuff we're being told is not true. When you start digging, you start finding out stuff that's very, very interesting, because I was just watching the shipping that was going through there, and it's busy, as always. It's just not busy with American ships or Israeli ships. That's it. Drew, good morning.
Good morning, Charlie. Good morning, everyone. Breaking news from the UK. Welfare spending has now edged above income tax revenue for the first time, according to new figures. Benefits and welfares are estimated at £333 billion compared to £331 billion from income tax. The figures are expected to fuel debate over the UK's public finances, with questions over long-term sustainability.
Well, everything that's happening in the UK at the moment is happening for a reason, to wake people up. And this is all part of the awakening process. And none more so than the fact that Charles chose not to do an Easter speech because he's a Muslim. Now, if he's a Muslim, that means he would have to abdicate because he's head of the Church of England. And that's part of his duty. And the same with William. So this is all part of the awakening process. And in the UK, the question is, are you awake? Well, there are a lot of people that are waking up in the UK. Moving across to Israel, it's very interesting to see that there was a specific site that was hit over the weekend. Some people will know what I'm talking about when I say Dimona. Dimona in Israel is not known widely to the outside world, but this is their nuclear nerve center. Nobody is supposed to know where it is or what's going on there. It's top secret. But it was hit very, very hard by Iran over the weekend. And on top of that, Israel is absolutely silent about it. And that in itself is concerning. When Israel goes this quiet and they've been hit that hard, it's time to start looking. Drew.
Next up, what also should be waking up the people, Charlie, is the Labour Party is reportedly planning to use emergency alerts to warn the possible summer unrest. The alerts would be sent directly to mobile phones, similar to previous national emergency warning systems. Officials say the move is about public safety, but critics are raising concerns over timing and political context.
Well, this is all part of preparing people for these emergency alerts, and they're doing it the way they should. There is one emergency alert that they should be putting out there, and that is, of course, that in the Bible there is absolutely no mention whatsoever of a third temple being built. This is all made up by a certain group of people, and there's nothing in the Bible to substantiate it. My final story is just one to make you smile. After a little bit of research, it was very interesting to me to find out who is the biggest donor to AIPAC. And it didn't take long to find out. It's OnlyFans. I'll leave you with that thought. Do your own research. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. This is Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets, joined today by Mitch Vexler. Didn't really meet him, but saw him at the Bond Gate, basically presentation that he gave in Las Vegas. And so we're going to go into a lot more detail, actually. A lot of you guys haven't maybe seen him before. He's been around for at least a couple of years that I've been watching him. So I'm very, very excited to have him on. Mitchell Vexler is president and founder of Mockingbird Properties, Hedge Realty Advisors, and affiliate based in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Vexler has over 30 years of experience in commercial real estate and has held interest in more than 85 property investment entities throughout the United States and Canada. He is a developer, general partner, and manager in investment entities that own and operate high-quality retail and Class A multifamily, with additional projects now being planned. His education includes earning a certificate of business administration from the University of Windsor, Canada, in 1984. Over the years, Mr. Vexler has implemented statistical probability analysis, which is now at the very core of Mockingbird's operations, utilizing the mathematical background of each member of the Mockingbird team. They are able to find potential problems before they occur and address designs and budgets accordingly. Mitch, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to explain a little bit of what's going on and get in under the hood so that mom and pop can really understand the circumstances that we all face due to fraud.
Yeah, it's monumental. And you know, you've talked about in some presentations that I've seen you present, that the property tax basically is a massive fraud system that is on the verge of collapsing our economy as a whole.
Well, you've got roughly 5.1 trillion of outstanding fraudulent school district bond debt today. However, that is what we can quantify. We know there are 313 agreements. We know there are off-balance sheet financing. We know that the Economic Development Commissions, the EDCs, are playing all sorts of games. We know about the energy contracts. We've seen all this. We've seen it in writing. We've seen the contracts. The problem is it can't be quantified. And as we sit here now, even though it's 5.1 trillion, that's what we can quantify. That's what we can see. There's nobody that we know of in the United States, including the Federal Reserve itself, that can put their hands on a document and says, we have X dollars outstanding in QSIPs. Those are the actual certificates attached to the amortization schedules for each one of these bonds that has been produced. And in truth, they're not paying off these bonds. They haven't paid them off at least since the year 2000. They've been rolling them up and rolling the interest rate up. So they roll out in time the bond. They don't retire them. They just roll them, and then they roll the interest rate up. Well, the compound cumulative effect of that interest today and those bonds, let's call it, for the sake of conversation, 5.1 trillion. But do you realize that in 20 years, because these can go from 20 to 40 years out, that 5.1 turns into 17 trillion? That's the problem. It's not just the fact that it can't be paid off today because the median household income doesn't exist to pay it off. It doesn't exist tomorrow morning. It's so bad that if you wanted to reduce the US national debt in the next 12 months, our gross domestic product in the United States would have to go to $51 trillion effective tomorrow morning. That is impossible. That is not going to happen. Today, just to give you an idea, that would be a 100% increase in the 25 trillion gross domestic product. You'd have to go from 25 to 51 just to pay off 2 trillion. Do you know what's happened in the last 90 days with regard to the US deficit? 2 trillion. What happens to a deficit? They have to print money to cover the deficit because the income on the federal level doesn't exist. Just like the median household income at mom and pop's level does not exist to pay for the fraudulent school district bond debt. Two things, exact same railroad track.
Wow. So let's go back in time. Let's look at where this all started. We, became a nation, and we started, earning income through tariffs and so forth. That paid for everything. We had amazing structures all around the world. It looks like, or at least in America, and everything was paid for through what President Trump is bringing back. The tariffs. So let's walk through it. Here's the shadow ledger.
The nexus of this particular report that I wrote is the fact that there's two sets of books. There's a set of books that the government wants people to see, but there's also the reality of what they can't see. And that in reality has been the problem. And that is the exact same problem today. Two different sides of the government, one being federal, the other being state, doing the exact same thing, lying to the public and hiding the evidence. What we have here, this is called the shadow ledger. And this goes back in time. So a century of accounting fraud, equity stripping, and the mathematical breaking point. The official story is that before 1913, there was no federal income tax. The textbook narrative claimed the government survived solely on modest tariffs, land sales, and excise tax. The physical reality was that between 1865 and 1913, the US built infrastructure rivaling that of Europe, funded a standing military, built the Panama Canal, and completed the Transcontinental Railroad. Again, off of land sales and excise taxes and a little bit of tariffs. Yeah, no. So the old post office in 1899 was 3.2 million, built out of granite. The USS Indiana, also part of that, 3 million. The Montana State Capitol, 485,000 in federal appropriations. Then it goes on. So matrix number one, in the 1890s, the math anomaly. In 1880, 186 million tariff revenue. This is on the federal side. 1890, 43 million total revenue, approximately 57% customs, 30% alcohol, tobacco, and excise taxes. 1900, 233 million tariff revenue. 1910, 333 tariff revenue. But the actual infrastructure costs, the output in 1880, 268 million. You have a problem here. 1890s, the output, 27 new federal courthouses. The Navy was expanded from 42 to 95 ships. 1910, the expenditures, 694 million. The math doesn't match the building. The expenditures ballooned while official revenue saw only modest gains. The gap widened every year. Then we come into the huge buildings. The scale, 420,000 square foot, 120-foot dome, Corinthian columns, Indiana limestone, gold leaf interiors. The price, 400,000 built in 18 months, according to their documents, right? The Washington Monument, in comparison, was 1.2 million and took 36 years.
So is that where they're starting to do the accounting scam? Because that's a massive building for only, very, very small fraction of what the Washington Monument was.
Yeah, but look at the size of it. 420 feet, 420,000 square feet versus the reality of the Washington Monument. So the Treasury reality is that in 1891, the total federal expenditures were 365 million against 219 million in customs revenue. The US Treasury was already running a $146 million deficit, yet they fully funded that building, which was only supposed to be temporary. Where did the money come from? So then it goes on, and you begin to see some of these problems with regard to, quote, the gold reserve. That, does it exist? Does it not exist? To be determined. But there was actually, all the way back in the 1900s, what was called the Aldrich Gap. It was a report given to Congress. So the official explanation for all this claims that the economic growth and the tariffs drove the gold price and the inflows. But a $100 million tariff increase cannot generate 1.3 billion in the gold reserve explosion. Was it true? Is it true? Who knows? They still don't have an audit on the US Treasury. So then we go on to find the accountants, and this is all available online. Mary Ducati, the testimony in 1938, per her testimony, described a ledger system with separate columns, special appropriations that she wasn't permitted to discuss. And it goes on. John Hastings, the same thing. Samuel Birch, testimony in 1942, processed millions in mining royalties sent directly to Washington via different channels, not the regular books. The records vanished. And on that note, I'm going to stop here just for a second. You have this exact same problem playing out with the school districts and the central appraisal districts. So the central appraisal districts miraculously switch software every 2 or 3 years. The logs for that software disappears. The central appraisal districts, we caught them. This has happened to me. They destroyed evidence and admitted it in a deposition after a subpoena. The documents and the evidence disappears. So I'm going to go on to the next one, the systemic erasure timeline. And as you go through this, the Aldrich Commission, which is what we were just reporting on, that's the story of all these accountants being deposed. Senator Nelson Aldrich identifies a $340 million gap in the expenditures lacking the sourcing. Where did the money come from? Request documentation from the Interior Department, none produced. And it goes on and on. Then miraculously, a fire occurs. How convenient. Treasury Department, Annex Fire destroys the Internal Revenue records between 1890 and 1910. An electrical malfunction. The audit, the Interior Department, Internal Audit declares pre-1913 land records incomplete and unreliable. Many were discarded. So you begin to see the pattern of practice. Then we go on to the next one, the 16th Amendment. The government power to tax individuals directly, 1% to 7% graduated tax, sold to the public as progressive reform and fairness. Pure propaganda. The timing suggests replacement, not addition. If the pre-1913 system was secretly generating massive wealth, why tax individuals? The Federal Reserve Act itself in 1913, a private consortium of banks gains control over the money supply and the credit system. Senator William Borah of Idaho warned the income tax would create a permanent administrative apparatus dependent on a revenue source that required perpetual expansion. It's called compound cumulative interest. The exact same thing that is playing out on the Federal Reserve because it was only built to support the banks. Wouldn't it be great if we could stop bank runs? Well, that's called corporate socialism. What do we have on the state side? School districts. Let's do this for the kids. Both lines are pure propaganda. Both lines are pure fraud. And the effect of what they have done between the two of them, the Federal Reserve and the school districts, is create the largest fraud the world has ever known. This is a Ponzi scheme of biblical proportions, for which there is no math on this planet that can pay off these debts.
So, Mitch, do you think that, from early on, they were bringing enough money, but they were hiding the money, or they just were overspending and they needed more money? What was really going on? What are your thoughts?
I think you have the exact same thing playing out today where they want what they want. So in the case of the Federal Reserve, they'll print it. What they were doing then was literally running two sets of books.
Okay.
What is happening today with these school districts, in essence, they're running two sets of books. I don't believe there's a single school district superintendent in the United States that if they're raising bonds isn't committing accounting fraud and bond fraud. We have their ledgers. We have school district ledgers. Do you know they even have hidden investment pools? That's the terminology, investment pool. The teachers themselves don't even know that those investment pools exist. Who paid in? Who's got the tenure? Who's running it? What's the percent of the fees? Where's the profit? None of it is there, but yet the investment pool exists. They're running two sets of books. But isn't it interesting that in this document here, the accountants were complaining that they weren't given all the information? What is the tagline when you ask the accountants who are supposed to be auditors by law, at least here in the state of Texas, that are responsible for auditing these school districts? What is the tagline? Well, we're only looking at what we were given. Good. That's not an audit. That's aiding and abetting a criminal conspiracy to defraud. Now, what happened in 2007 with the accounting firms? Exact same thing. We were only doing what we were given. Okay. A lot of them went out of business. A lot of them got sued. Where are we? 2007. Exact same thing, except magnitudes larger. Because the debt, give or take, between 2007 and today is somewhere between 6 and 10 times the size of what it was in 2007. In fact, the school district bond fraud itself is 80 times larger than the Enron collapse.
Wow. Yeah, disaster waiting to happen.
Yeah. So the fraud migrates to the local ledger. The exact same pattern and practice to defraud has metastasized to the local level, be it the school district bonds. The auditor's alibi. Modern auditing firms provide cover to the fraudsters using the exact historical playbook that we're outlining here in this document. Independent reports reveal bond election fraud. If you go to my website, we now have 5 independent reports, including from, of all places, the California Policy Center, where in 2015, after a 14-year study, they called the bonds toxic. And inside of that report, they even showed how the bonds were actually being manipulated for the advertising for the bonds. That is called election fraud. You have off-balance sheet financing, 313 agreements, the chief appraisers colluding with the districts to cook the books. And then we go on to the next one, matrix number 2. The manufactured illusion in 1913, in quotes because propaganda, progressive reform and fairness, neither one of which has a quantitative number. Progressive reform, what does that mean? Hell if I know. And fairness, purely subjective, means nothing. In 2024, what's the tagline? For the children. Wouldn't it be great if we did this for the children? Straight out of the Socialist Handbook.
Yep.
Federal Reserve. Let's do this to stop bank runs. Corporate socialism. Straight out of the Socialist Handbook. The hidden mechanism, income tax and central banking. In 2024, school district bonds and central appraisal district appraisals, both of which are fraud, both of which are dependent on each other. The true beneficiaries out of all this, the banks, the corrupt administrators and the underwriters who are getting paid to commit accounting fraud and bond fraud. And by the way, just in case you think that this is, well, where's the evidence? mockingbirdproperties.com/DCAD. If you want to see one document that outlines this, it's called the amicus brief. You can search for it. That amicus brief is now sitting in front of the Supreme Court of Texas. Everything we're speaking about here is quantified, done, and 2 prior courts admitted fraud occurred. They didn't want to hear the case, but nonetheless, they admitted that fraud occurred. Bottom insight, in both eras, the illusion of public benefit is used as a smokescreen to enact mass accounting fraud and extract wealth from the public. And that wealth being extracted now is so large and so great. In Denton Central Appraisal District alone, over $7.5 billion has been stolen by overvaluation of the properties just in the last 5 years alone. That 5.1 trillion, think of what mom and pop could be doing if they had that money in their hands today. That money represents between $7,000 and $8,000 per year in money that would be in their pocket. Over and above that, the difference for 42 million households in the United States who are in harm's way of bankruptcy and are losing the roof over their head, that bankruptcy can be caused at $9,000. Out of that $9,000, $7,000 to $8,000, give or take, is real estate tax. Where exactly are mom and pop going to go to get their money back from which they have been defrauded?
Yeah, and this tax keeps going up. Insurance rates go up because the appraisal of property, basically the insurance is tied to that as well. So yeah, it's compounding and compounding and compounding, fraud upon fraud upon fraud. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but it's a little bit worse than that, because it turns out that a lot of the data that spins, and the data, make no mistake, at these central appraisal districts is totally corrupted. It literally isn't worth toilet paper. So what they're doing, they get comparisons and they say, well, this property over here is a comparison. Yeah, except that property is in another city. It's not a comparison. It violates USPAP. Let's refer to Texas, but everything I say refers to Texas. You got the same thing in every other state.
I was about to ask you
with regard to Texas, what we've done is we took USPAP, Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, which is required by law across the United States to be used in all CADs. We took USPAP, we tied it to the Texas Property Tax Code, we tied it to the Texas Education Agency, we tied it to the Texas Constitution under Uniform and Equal, and we tied it to the U.S. Constitution under the 16th Amendment. As far as I know, this is the first time in history that this has ever been done. But the net result of all of this proves fraud on a mass scale. This is an industrialized fraud on a mass scale. Their databases are totally corrupted. And to that point, if you have data set A, data set B, data set C, D, and E, if data set A is dependent on data set B, and data set B has a problem, data set A must have a problem. Well, you've got multiple ways that they're manipulating this data. We even found them manipulating the age of the buildings because it's tied to other formulas in their software. Their software is written to defraud the public. These RPAs, registered professional appraisers, their licensing is considered so important by TDLR, the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. They share the same department as bikini waxers. The point being, their license isn't worth anything. Their existence is a scam on mom and pop, pure fraud, and it's overseen by the chief appraisers and the deputy chief appraisers who know damn well that the law is being broken and choose to do nothing about it. But that problem puts them in federal court, if not federal prison. Under Chapter 42, U.S. Code 1986, knowledge of a crime and power to prevent. The reason why I put this entire documentation together and the website, and I filed the lawsuits, is because they cannot escape that clause. None of them can. Not their attorneys, not their accountants, not the people who are responsible. You now know of the crime. You now have the power to prohibit that crime, to prevent. They chose not to do it. They have a problem.
You've done an incredible job of exposing this like no one else. You're invaluable. Now, you even said that, Ken Paxton signed off on it, and even Greg Abbott signed off on this. So it looks like the fraud goes all the way to the top.
100%. So we filed a criminal complaint with the FBI, the DOJ, and the SEC.
Wow.
And it was, I believe, the DOJ that reached out to Ken Paxton because a few days later, on December 7th, he issued a 1,000 district investigation into the overvaluation. Why did he do that? Because inside of the criminal complaint, and as I've said, none of this was personal other than for Don Spencer. Mr. Spencer, I intend to put him in jail. That's exactly where he belongs.
Good.
With regard to these other players, I don't know whether they go to jail or not. That's not my job. My job is to figure out exactly what the hell happened here because I'm a builder and I want to build, but I can't do that